No, I'm very hands-on. Spend a lot of time talking to John, if not every other day, most definitely a couple of times a week. And it's important that we stay close. It's important we stay connected and are aware of all the moving issues in the field so that we can be ready for them. On the first day of classes, I went over and participated in the all hands on deck meeting of the athletics department. Got to talk a little bit about compliance and encourage the team and let them know how much their chancellor supports them. And I think that's an important signal to send that not always do you have leaders at the institutions as supportive of the intercollegiate athletics program, and we're 100% supportive of what they're doing.
Only have a minute or two left before we let you get out of here. Any new projects the university is working on that Pirate Nation may not know about? Any new buildings coming down the line? Things like that. We talked a little bit about the potential new School of Medicine, but other than that, what else is going on?
That's a big one. Get ready as you come over the I guess it's called the Leo Jenkins Freeway or Bridge, or the Andrew Brest Bridge, the 10th Street connector, to be able to see the new Life Sciences and Biotechnology building really come to life here.
When's that going to open? It looks like it's getting close.
So I think we're going to try to wrap up construction hopefully by the end of September, get the furniture and the interiors stocked up in November, and then hopefully break ground sometime November or December. And that's going to be a big deal for connecting with the biopharma industry and businesses across eastern North Carolina. And that's really the first stake in the ground as we move towards Intersect East, which you're going to see begin to be under development over in that warehouse district.
Yeah, and as people come in, that will really be their first impression of East Carolina University now.
It will be, and what a change it is. When I left here 8 or 9 years ago or so, that was not the entry point into East Carolina University, and now we know that when we can get prospective students and their families here, this place sells itself, and that's only going to be an additional asset to doing that.
I'll let you have the final word, your message to the Pirate Nation that's listening to you right now.
My message to the Pirate Nation is to get fired up for Thursday night. We've got a big game against Appalachian State. We will take no quarter, and we got to get in there, and we got to come out with a win and start this season off on the right foot. And they want us to fill up Dowdy-Ficklin on September the 11th and show up for our Pirates because they need us now more than ever.
Chancellor Philip Rogers, great to see you in studio with us again. Thank you for your time. Always enjoy our talk, and went by very quickly this time. We could
need an hour.
I know we need an hour next time, but this 30 minutes flew by. But really appreciate you joining us. Look forward to doing it again soon.
Great to be here. Thanks, Troy.
And that was another great episode of the Pirate Radio Podcast with Troy Dreyfus and his special guest, ECU Chancellor Dr. Philip Rogers. We'll be back very soon with another edition of the Pirate Radio Podcast. In the meantime, be sure to subscribe to our podcast in your Apple Store. You can visit our website at pr927fm.com, and you can follow us on social media to keep up with the latest news and information. And it's game day, ECU App State. The Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is coming up next.
You've been listening to the Pirate Radio Podcast, an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation. This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Purple and gold, they are not just colors. They represent a nation of people from all walks of life coming together as one, who are loyal to the code of what it means to be a pirate. A nation of pirates who have a chip on their shoulder, that show grit and determination in times of adversity, and showing a burning loyalty to their crew. Purple and gold are our colors, colors that brand us as pirates. Just as the colors were raised by the pirates that sailed our coast before us, it's our time to do the same, to signal a rallying cry to all pirates. No retreat, no surrender, no quarter. We are the pirates of ECU.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
The wait is over. Game day is here. College football is back. ECU football is back. And the Pirates will take the field 4 hours from now at Bank of America Stadium. It's East Carolina Appalachian State to open up the start to the 2021 college football season. Welcome in to the Week 1 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back for another year 19 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
I've been here for every single one, baby.
I guess this will be year 14 for me. As good grief, we're old, Shirley. Young Chandler Honeycutt here as well. We are with you.
Ready to roll, baby. Ready to roll.
The new guy.
Yeah.
Who's been around here for 4 or 5 years. Is
Chad.
also
5
here.
years this month.
Intern Chad, a.k.a. Chandler, is here. We are ready to go for 4 hours on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio, 92.7 FM in Greenville, 104.1 in Washington. We're on 1250, 930. You can find us online, pr927fm.com. You can also check us out on Facebook and on YouTube. We are live there. You can watch the program, see our sweet new Pirate Vibes Only shirts that we are rocking in studio today. And also we'll have plenty of guests to get to in the next 4 hours. You'll hear from the head football coaches of both of these teams, Mike Houston and Sean Clark, coming up in mere moments, their thoughts on this football game. Billy Weaver will join us on the Fixed NC Live line. Also, Stephen Igo coming up later on in hour number 1 of our show. Also on tap for today, Double B, Brian Bailey, live in Charlotte. Donnie Kirkpatrick went one-on-one with Jeff Charles. We'll hear that interview. The play-by-play voice of the Appalachian State Mountaineers, Adam Witten, will join us on the program as well to break down App State's offense and defense. The big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, will look at all of this Thursday night action from a gambling perspective. We'll talk to him during today's show. The voice, Jeff Charles, will go one-on-one with the voice live in Charlotte. Ronnie Woodward will join us from the Queen City. Brian North will join us on the program as well. ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. I'm sure I missed somebody because it is an action-packed show. We also want to hear from you. Chime in on Twitter, on Facebook Live. Let us know where you're watching the game, how you're watching the game, what you're eating on, and give us a prediction for ECU Appalachian State. We are set to go, and we will pop the top on the Week 1 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At US Cellular, we believe you should get more of the latest 5G technology for less of your hard-earned money. Right now, get up to $1,200 off any 5G phone. The choice is yours. Any of our 5G phones with no trade-in or hidden fees. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
I can't live another day without air conditioning. Either you get it fixed or I'm out of here.
What? We have fans. Come on, hon. It's not that bad.
I am hot. The kids are hot. Even the dog is hot. Get the AC fixed or get a new train system installed.
Fine. I'll call Delcor, the service professionals. Is that okay, babe?
Yes. Just do it. Like now. Replace our old system or else I may replace you.
Okay. I'll call today and get a new train system because, you know, it's hard to stop a train.
Mom, are you really going to replace Dad?
No, he just needs to know who's boss around here.
You're the boss, Mom.
Right now, get $50 off your AC repair by mentioning the code #BeCool. Or go to DelcorINC.com for special train financing offers.
Delcor, the service professionals and marriage savers.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Buick GMC Truck. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get an all-new 2021 GMC Terrain and save over $3,550 or 0% for 72 months. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, pirates supporting pirates.
This is Xavier Smith, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram at PR927FM. If you want to follow us on Twitter, you can follow us at free PR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today. And I've been waiting all year to say this. Now heading back to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Oh, man. The 7 or 8 or 9, how many ever words it was, most beautiful words in sports.
It's officially football season.
It is. And the Pirates and Mountaineers will go at it tonight, 7:30. We're taking you up to the kickoff. Game will be televised on ESPNU. There will be a lot of Pirate fans at that game. We're already seeing pictures of tailgates and food. John Moody, who will give us a weather report throughout today's show, is on the scene. He's got his tent set up.
He got the cornhole going.
He says the pregame show is blasting, so he is living the good life right now in Charlotte. Sandy on Facebook Live says the wings are on the grill. We've seen Charlie, who's got some ribs going. So share your tailgate with us as we have our tailgate here in the Pirate Radio studios. We tailgated with some za.
Get the door.
Some pie. We got the door. It was Domino's. And, man, a handsome delivery boy today. I believe his name was Troy.
Yeah, something like that.
He was very polite. He put all
Dreyfus?
Troy Dreyfus.
Dreyfus?
Doritos?
He put all our pizzas out for us, had it looking nice and neat. So thanks to Domino's for providing us with some great pregame food. Let us know what you're munching on as you get ready. I tell you, it does not for us, because we don't have typical 9-to-5 jobs. I guess technically it's more like 10 or 11 to 6 for me and some others, but it does not feel like a Thursday, does it? I mean,
no.
It's got we came in a little later today. We prepped for the show, which we've been prepping for weeks now, but it does feel like a weekend day for us. For those of you stuck at work right now, I'm sorry hearing that, but if you're listening to us at work, then you got a pretty cool job, and we'll get you ready for the game. By the way, we are wearing our new Pirate Vibes Only shirts, and these will be available coming up on next Friday at Freeboot Friday, according to Troy. So you can get them there. And the big dog, Glenn Griffin, is here, who's done a great job putting together a really cool pump-up video for us earlier today, so we're locked and loaded here at Pirate Radio. Make sure you chime in on Twitter or on Facebook Live with your score, your prediction for today's game. We'll have predictions throughout the show. I've still yet to give a prediction because I'm still not sure what I want my prediction to be. All offseason, I've thought I was going to take App State to win this game, but it keeps getting closer and closer, my score. By the end of this thing, I'll probably have talked myself into taking ECU. I'm not sure yet. We'll get Chandler and Shirley's prediction later on in today's program.
I've had my score for about a week now.
Do you still feel the same about it?
But I've been back and forth of who's going to win who's going to win the game, and I'll have who's going to win the game at the end of the program.
My brain has turned to mush thinking about this game and looking at all the other games going on tonight, trying to figure out what's going to happen on week 1 of college football. All right, let's maybe this will give me more of an idea on how the game's going to be played. Let's hear from the head coaches, starting with Mike Houston. And it is paramount for the Pirates to hold on to the football tonight, not give App State any free opportunities. App State is a team that usually wins time of possession with the way they run the ball, the way they control the football. You don't want to give them any added possessions to help kill that clock. So he talked about how important it was to not make mistakes against a veteran team like Appalachian State.
Well, I mean, I think that's going to be the key. You know, that's the deal. Whether you're talking about, turnovers, because I do think turnovers will be a factor in this ball game. Which team can take care of the ball, which team can force some mistakes. I think being able to play aggressively and downhill like we want to defensively at the same time, not give up anything cheap. I think that's going to be critical. They're a team that has a lot of experience and guys that play a lot of snaps. Virtually every position, both sides of the ball. So that's a group that usually doesn't make a ton of mistakes. But it's game 1, so I think both teams it's going to be critical for them to execute at a high level.
Mike Houston also asked what it's going to be like for his young team to play on a big stage, Bank of America Stadium, under the lights, ESPNU, in front of fans. A lot going on around the game, outside of the white lines, and he spoke on that.
Well, I mean, I think, when you think about it, so many of our guys, you think about Rajay and Keaton and, some of those guys that, played so much last year. They've never played in front of a crowd like this before. They were in high school 2 years ago. Last year during the pandemic, the biggest crowd we played in front of was less than 10,000. Now you're going to be in an NFL stadium in front of about 40,000 fans. So it's going to be electric for them. Now they have the experience from last year, so I think they'll handle it just fine. But it'll certainly add to just a little more energy to the kickoff Thursday night.
Does Mike Houston see this as a measuring stick game for his program? The stick came up short over the last few years, but against SMU, the stick was plenty long because ECU was able to pound the Mustangs to end the 2020 season. Is that this Pirate team, this Pirate program that we're going to see moving forward? What about tonight as a measuring stick game?
Well, I think it's a measuring stick from the standpoint of I think that they have a quality team right now. I mean, that's you look at the success they've had the last several years, and these guys have been the ones playing. So I'm sure that they're expecting to have a chance to have a special season this year. So we're playing a quality program in the opener. We're excited about what we have. So I think certainly it's going to be something it'll tell us what we have. It'll tell us where we stand. Long term, I think 2 in-state state-supported institutions. I think it's going to develop into what should be a great rivalry.
All right, Billy Weaver will join us in a little bit. He had the outrageous take that this was Appalachian State Super Bowl, which cannot be further from the truth. We'll see if he stands by that statement when he joins us next segment. By the way, though, App State, the line is going down and down and down. At last check, it was 9.5. Remember, this thing opened up at 14.5. So Appalachian State has been the favorite and a double-digit favorite all summer, all offseason. It has now crept inside of that 10 line. So somebody out there with a lot of money is believing in the Pirates. That can only be a good thing. Mike Houston was asked how he matches up with this Appalachian State team.
Well, I think that you're going against a group that's used to winning. You're going against a group that's had a lot of success. They've got a lot of confidence. You're going against a group that's played a lot of ball, and so they have a lot of experience in big ball games. So you're facing a group that has all the things that you need to win a championship, and so I think that's the biggest challenge. Our bunch, I think that we played really well at times last year. We certainly finished strong, and I think we've shown tremendous potential And I'll be honest, this is the most talented group that I've had since I've gotten here, because it's all the guys from last year, just bigger, faster, and stronger. I'm confident that we're going to play well Thursday night. The thing that we've got to do is we got to go out and be able to, consistently just play, the brand of ball we got to play for 4 solid quarters. And because it's going to be a game that, in order for us to win, we're going to have to really battle down the stretch. And so I think that's something that, will be impressed upon the kids between now and kickoff Thursday night. But I'm excited about watching our guys play. I'm excited about this game.
All right, the SMU win from last year, certainly in the rear view, but could that carry over into winter workouts, into spring ball, into fall camp, into preparation leading up for this game? Is that momentum carried over from a year ago? Mike Houston was asked about that.
Well, I think that certainly that momentum from last season carried over into the off season. It was evident in our workouts. It's been evident throughout the summer. It's been evident throughout preseason camp. I mean, just the vibe on the practice field last night was as good as you could expect. I was really pleased with the way we practiced. So I think that the kids feel that momentum. They all want to go out and just kind of build on it. We'd love to come out and play at that level in this opening game. I think anytime you have an experienced quarterback, that's certainly an asset. And Holton has plenty of experience. He's played in big ball games. He's had great performances. This will be nothing that will really shake him or faze him. So I think, the advantage is you're going to have a leader that's going to have composure and confidence on that stage. And I think that's certainly a plus on our side.
All right, there he is, the head football coach of the Pirates, Mike Houston. Excited about his team, confident in his team leading up to this kickoff. Let's look at a few predictions from the folks tuned in on Facebook Live. Thank you for watching live. You can watch us live on Facebook Live and on YouTube. Anthony has the Pirates winning 27-24. Sandy has 23-20. Paul, ECU 35-30. Jake, ECU 31-28. There definitely is a trend here, and that trend is ECU winning and ECU winning a close ball game. Al, well, he's going against the grain. ECU 48, App State 20. He's got the Pirates blowing out the Appalachian State Mountaineers. Sandy's calling for an ECU comeback victory. App State gets a lead. ECU comes back, wins by 3. So the predictions are rolling in. No surprise here on Pirate Radio and the Bud Light pregame tailgate that Pirate fans are feeling that the Pirates are going to win this game. Austin says we're going to see 2 explosive offenses, 52-49. That would be a fun one.
That would be fun.
It would also mean we're going to start the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In show around midnight.
Yeah.
You know what? I would take that, definitely. I'll take a 52-49, 4.5-hour football game if it means the Pirates win.
Party all night.
Sign me up. Party all night, party into Friday morning. I'm on board with that, Austin. All right, let's hear from the head football coach of the Appalachian State Mountaineers, Sean Clark, as he gave his thoughts on the game.
Very exciting. Exciting time for us around here at Appalachian State to kick off the 2021 season. And it's going to be a great game in state, East Carolina. And it's great for our state. And I hope in time we can do more of these. I think it's great for the fans, easy travel for both parties, East Carolina and Appalachian State. Got a lot of respect for Coach Houston and what he's done. He's a North Carolina native, Coach Lenore Ryan, the Citadel, James Madison, where he won a national championship, and now he's at East Carolina. And if you look at his record, through his coaching record as a head coach, this is his 3rd year that he's always trying to turn the corner. And he's a really good football coach, and the way his team plays speaks volumes for them. And their offensive coordinator, Coach Kirkpatrick, coached here back in the 80s, and then their defensive coordinator, Blake Harrell, is North Carolina native also. So those are a record for you. They were 3-6 last year, but if you watch the last 5 games of the season, it was a different football team. We've had a chance to watch all the games from last season, and they've really turned the corner. So again, hats off to them, but we're excited for the season.
He talked about ECU turning a corner, and what did he see from the Pirates late in the year that makes him think they have a quality football team taking on his App State team tonight?
Well, I think they really came together, and they really bought into what Coach Houston's selling down there. And I think it all starts with their quarterback and Holton Ahlers, and he's really looks more comfortable in the pocket. And the offensive line, they play a lot of football together. And again, being a former offensive line coach, those guys have to play to be good. And their receiver, Snead, I mean, he's one of the top receivers in the country. You look at the tape, I mean, he's always open. And then they have the other number 5. He's a great receiver. I mean, he stretches the field for them, but they have 2 solid running backs on the offensive side of the ball. But just the way they play, I mean, they're playing with emotion and enthusiasm the last 4 or 5 games, and their record shows that. They had a big win versus SMU, and at the time, SMU was in the top 20 in the country. And on defense, they have an outstanding defensive line. They have one of the top corners in the country. And they have a graduate transfer at safety who came from North Carolina. So they got great players, and they're buying what Coach is selling to those guys down there, and it's going to be a tough battle for us.
When you hear the opposing team's coach talk about the Pirates, it'll certainly make you think ECU is going to win as he's talking up East Carolina. I agree with what he has to say for the most part on that, especially very excited to see DJ Ford, the new safety for the Pirates tonight. We'll dive into the personnel as we move along in the Bud Light pregame tailgate. One more from Sean Clark as he talked about the excitement of playing an in-state opponent at Bank of America Stadium to start this season.
Well, I think anytime you get a chance to play Division I football, I mean, that's exciting. And now we're going to have fans, it's even more exciting. But, I just think it's great for our state, keeping money in state. It's easy travel for both parties. It's from Greenville to Charlotte's about 3 hours. And we have a large fan base, an alumni base in the Charlotte, North Carolina area. But I think it's great for every program in our state. We go down, we played Charlotte the last couple of years, and both stadiums were sold out. We played North Carolina, they had a sold-out stadium. And it's just good for college football. Those rivalries, those games that our fans can get to, I think it speaks for Doug and his staff to make sure this happens. But, I mean, it's great for college football. Who wants to play in front of a stadium that's not very packed? And now we're going to play in Charlotte. And I'm not sure the numbers there, but we have a great crowd, a great showing from both universities, and we're excited for it.
There is Sean Clark, the head football coach, one of App State's own. They have gone through some coaches with Scott Satterfield, Eli Drinkwitz moving on and taking other jobs, yet they've been able to continue that success. And that says a lot about the individuals they've been able to hire there in Appalachian State. Once again, since moving to FBS, they have not had a losing season. They go to bowls, they win a lot of games, they're used to winning, and that is why they are the favorite tonight in this game against East Carolina. All right, let's take a break. As we go to break, boy, this is why I love sports, talking about sports, because you got Austin in Facebook Live saying ECU 52, App State 49. Pete says ECU wins 13-9. Two completely different games, and everybody's looking at the same information. But that is the great thing about sports, and here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate and the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show, where people watch the exact same game and have many different takes on it. Keep your predictions rolling in. Let us know what you're munching on for your pregame food. Let us know where you're watching the game. We've got Josh saying East Carolina wins it by a field goal, 27-24. Cav says ECU 38-24, and we got a 31-28 from Jimmy, who is tuned in and watching on Facebook Live as well. We got a lot more to go on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Billy Weaver caught a lot of flack, including from myself, when he said this was App State's Super Bowl earlier in the week. Does he stand by that comment? We'll find out when we return, and he returns on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Hour one rolls on after this.
CD's Grill is open at 111 West Fire Tower Road near Evans Street in Winterville for the best country cooking around. CD's Grill is open for breakfast and lunch 6 days a week and dinner on Fridays. Daily lunch specials: Monday it's barbecue chicken, Tuesday pork tenderloin and gravy, Wednesday chicken and pastry, Thursday barbecue pork chops, and Friday spaghetti. CD's Grill, 111 West Fire Tower Road near Evans Street in Winterville. The best country cooking around. CD's Grill.
Public notice, Discount Master Furniture, Greenville, 1501 Evans Street. Everything must go up to 75% off. Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes, purple swivel chairs, ECU, $99. Desk chairs, $10. Queen mattresses, $199. Sofas, much more. Discount Master Furniture up to 75% off. 1501 Evans Street in Greenville, and I'll see you there!
UBE is excited to offer the Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgating supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town and is your one-stop shop for all things ECU. Daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, Under Armour, and a fresh new ladies selection. And the young Pirates can plunder in the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU in the nation. Plenty of free parking, and you can visit online at pirateware.com. They're geared up and ready to see you for football this season. Go Pirates!
Hello, this is Talbot Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. Now's the time to take advantage of the opportunity to buy more home or refinance your current mortgage at historically low rates. The combination of our local team's experience and Angel Oak's wide offerings of products from standard conventional, government, and portfolio loans has something for most financial situations. For more information, call Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, or Wanda Hager at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holt Nailers, and I couldn't do my job without my offensive line keeping me safe. Make sure your employees are safe by using ArcPoint Labs for your medical testing needs. From pre-employment testing to COVID test, ArcPoint Labs is there to serve Eastern North Carolina with accurate, reliable, confidential testing. Schedule an appointment at any of their 6 Eastern North Carolina locations or visiting them online at arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Jamie Cuccinella, inviting you and your family to come by Cuccinella's Pizzeria and Italian Ice. Cuccinella's has been serving our special family recipe New York-style pizza since 1932. We think you'll taste the difference in just one bite. When you come in for a pie, don't forget to try our house-made Italian ice or gelato. We make small batches every day from scratch with all fresh ingredients. Cuccinella's on Old Tar Road across from Plant and Sea, Cuccinellas.com, and on Facebook and Instagram.
This is Mike Houston, head football coach at East Carolina University, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday, 3 to 6 p.m. And, of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. And just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio TV and subscribe. And, Clip, I was just looking at a tweet that popped up just a few minutes ago off of ESPN. And it looks like the Big 12 is considering expansion, and 4 leading candidates have emerged in BYU, UCF, Cincinnati, and Houston. And it looks like, according to ESPN sources, formal invitations could be extended to these schools during the college football season. So there you go.
All right. Thanks for being a downer on a great day, Shirley.
Sorry.
Keep that realignment talk out of my Bud Light pregame tailgates, because we are only focusing on the game and not the ever-changing landscape of college football that could be a detriment to ECU football.
I'm just doing my job, dude.
Those is the facts. Yeah, I saw that too. And if the AAC loses a couple teams, then I guess we'll be adding a couple. And I don't know, the way this thing is moving could be left out of the next major shift if it does go to the 4 16-team mega conferences. It's all ever changing. All ECU can do right now is win football games, and hopefully that starts tonight, 7:30. Got a lot of predictions rolling in. Got a lot of people watching on YouTube as well, so if you want to chime in there, you can do so. I'll try to monitor that while I'm monitoring Facebook Live, but we'll throw out a few more predictions here in a moment. But right now, we'll head out to the Fixed NC Live line and talk to Billy Weaver, my cohort on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. Weave will be with us all season long, beginning tonight after the game, and he joins us here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Weave, how you doing, man?
Doing good, Clip. How you doing, man?
Doing great, Billy. You caught some, I'd say, well-deserved flack for your statements earlier in the week that this is Appalachian State Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
Are you standing by that statement, Billy, that you made earlier this week?
Now, Clip, when we talked about that, I originally right then backed off of it a little bit. I did say, well, I might have went too far on the Super Bowl thing, but it was just kind of one of those things that you say when, you know, it's a big game for another team, and I still stand by that. It's a big game for both teams. It's a big game for App State, and, you know, because if you remember, I backed off of that a little bit, and then you said if there's anything that's going to be a Super Bowl for App State, it's going to be the next weekend they play Miami. I agree with that 100%. I do not back off of my prediction that I think ECU will go in there and win. I really don't. ECU's offense is looking really good. I think they've made tremendous strides defensively, and especially under Blake Harrell, who's now got his fingers in the mix, and he's got his guys, some of his guys in there that are believing in the system. He's got much better talent, especially through the transfer portal on the back end of that defense. I think the defense is going to be better. Are they going to be good? That remains to be seen, but I think they'll be better. And I think it's going to be a high-scoring affair. I think the over-under is 59 points. I think they go over that, and I'm going to say my prediction right now is 38-35. I think it's going to be a close game, but I think the Pirates pull it out.
Yeah,
I think each...
Go ahead, Billy.
Each defense is going to have. I think each defense is going to have troubles from time to time stopping the other's offense, because both of them have great offense.
Yeah, I'm leaning over. The total's at 56. Last time I looked, I'm leaning over. There are certainly a lot of folks out there that think under. In fact, Shirley and Chandler were throwing out scores in the teens the other day for these teams, and I thought that was kind of crazy, but there's a lot of people on that side. I've seen some people that I respect in the gambling world take the first half under, which is 28.5, and the game under, but I don't know. I respect App State's defense. I think ECU's defense is still a work in progress. What really concerns me, Weave, is Rick DeBrew having to miss the first half. I didn't realize that was a thing until Stephen Igo put it in one of his Hoist the Colors articles. He has to sit out the first half due to a targeting penalty in the SMU game last year, and I had no idea that was happening.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. And that's the thing with that targeting, the targeting penalty and the ejections and stuff. I'm still not really sold on that rule, because it's such, the targeting thing, it is a subjective rule. It really is. And, there you can, I heard you mention earlier about, on the post-game show that we'll all watch the same game and everybody will have different takes. And I think that's the same thing with rules like that, with the targeting and all that. Now, I agree that there should be a targeting rule, and it should be a very serious penalty, because that's something that can really, not only end someone's career, it could end somebody's life. It really is. It's a rule that needs to be in there, but it is subjective. And, kind of like what you said with watching the same game, all the different takes that we'll hear later on tonight on the fifth quarter call-in show, people will watch the same play that some people say is targeting, some people say is not. Obviously, it's what color glasses you're wearing at the time has a lot to do with it as well, but it's not exclusive of referees. I mean, you see games all the time where calls are made, and the referee analyst on the TV broadcast goes in the entire opposite direction and sees something completely different. So that's tough when you have a targeting call, especially one that kind of, I guess, jumps the off season and affects a player into the next season. That's pretty crazy, and I hadn't heard that until just now.
Billy, we were joining us. Billy, I'm going to do this with all our guests. Give me a player to watch. Since you're our first guest on the show, you get the first pick here, and once a pick is made, our next guest will not be able to choose that player. So you can choose anybody, offense, defense, an important player that needs to play well for the Pirates to win tonight. Who comes to mind on this ECU roster for you?
If I have to say,
you can go obvious if you want and take the quarterback, or you can go elsewhere.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You could go very obvious. You could go with the obvious, with Holt Nailers. Obviously, he has to play well. You could go with the obvious new guy in DJ Ford and safety in the back end. But I'm going to go Rajay Harris just because of the fact that we want to see if ECU is now a running team. Because ECU's always been a pass-first, pass-happy kind of offense, and now they've shown they've been able to run the football. And Harris gives them that punch back there, and, he's coming off is he going to have that sophomore slump? I hope not. I hope we don't jinx him or whatever, but I think that's a guy that you have to keep an eye on, because for East Carolina to be successful not only in this game, but in the entire season, they have to have a balanced offense. And I like the fact that Mike Houston has not committed to saying, okay, we're a passing team, we're a running team, we're this, we're that. He and his offense kind of takes what the defense gives them, and that's what I love about this offense. And if the run is there, take it. I mean, and there's no way that you can say, okay, well, we're not a passing team anymore, because guaranteed that if Holt Nailers can throw the ball 60 times, and that's what the defense gives them, and that's what's going to win that game, that's what they're going to call. And Donnie Kirkpatrick will call 60 pass plays if that's what the defense gives them. So, but I think that the eye that you got to keep an eye on is Rajay tonight. I think that's my guy.
And if Rajay does have a sophomore slump, which I don't believe he will, the good news is you have Keaton Mitchell, who could see just as much time as Rajay Harris there in the backfield. And if you're looking for the perfect script, run to pass, Billy, and the perfect game for the Pirates, you go back to the win over SMU. East Carolina threw the ball 30 times in that game, ran the ball 43 times in that game. And, a lot of that is dictated by the score, by the start of the game flow, and all that. But if Mike Houston had his druthers, I think he would like to run the ball more than he throws the football.
Oh, absolutely. That's what he did it at, and that's how he was so successful at JMU. He liked to run the football. He liked to prove to be physical. He talks about physicality all the time, and that's the thing in his third year here at ECU. A lot of people have talked about how much more physical this football team is. The guys are bigger, they're faster, they're stronger. We use those terms all the time when talking about guys from going freshman to sophomore to junior years, and this is a little bit different because you've got that extra year that guys have in the weight room because of the COVID thing and being able to come back for that extra year. But yeah, I agree with you. If Houston has his druthers, man, he's going to run the football right down your throat and then pass when he wants to, and that's the recipe for success right there offensively. When you can run the football, control the line of scrimmage, and with ECU being a little bit more experienced in that offensive line, I see them coming out running the football early in this game.
Billy Weaver joining us now. Billy Weaver joining us later on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. We've looking forward to your fifth quarter in studio debut. You've always been an analyst and a caller on the show. We'll reach out to you to talk about it, but now you'll be taking the calls from the listeners with me in the studio. Looking forward to that later tonight.
Yeah, I am too, and who knows what we're going to get. I was listening to you guys earlier too, and if it becomes a
52-49, like a 4-hour game, you ready for that?
Hey, yeah, I'm ready for that. And getting home at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm okay as long as it's a Pirate victory. I'm good with that.
There you go.
I'm excited about it, and hey, as long as you guys, got a water bottle or two hanging around and maybe some chips, I'm good.
All right. By the way, I'll text you later for your tiebreakers order for the post-game show. So get ready for that.
Yes, sir. Oh, wow. Yeah. Now you got me thinking.
Yeah, we'll keep you well fed on the post-game. We've enjoyed it, man. Enjoy the game, and we'll see you afterwards.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll see you during. I'm going to
all right.
The game with you.
All right. Yeah, we'll hook up during the game.
I can't wait to watch this game. I'm going to be glued to the game and watching it. It's going to be so much fun, and I don't know the last time I was so excited to go into a football season. Because this is my kind of thing right here, man. To sit and watch a game and to kind of break it down at the end and have people yell at you. That's awesome.
That's the life. That's the dream. We're living it. Thank you, Billy. Yeah, we'll see you during the game.
All right, man.
And he's right. I don't remember. You got opponent, you got fans returning, you've got a real college football field that we didn't have last year. It all leads up to a lot of excitement, anticipation heading into this season. By the way, I was looking at those numbers from the SMU game. A couple of anomalies on the UBE stat sheet. As I said, ECU threw the ball 30 times, ran the ball 43 times. Tyler Snead, 1 for 1 in that game, passing for 35 yards and a touchdown. And Luke Larson, the Aussie, 1 run, 25 yards, picking up a first down on that fake punt, the rollout punt, whatever you want to call it.
I saw nobody coming, so I just took off running.
I knew Xavier Smith was in front of me.
So he was a good blocker, so I just took off running and got a first down. And on fourth down, it was pretty exciting.
Chandler Honeycutt, one day he's doing Dino Gaudio Mafia voices. Now he's an Aussie. You are really turning into
everywhere, baby.
Baby Caliendo over here. All right, let's take a break as we do. I did see we do have some comments on the YouTube chat. I'm trying to monitor everything we got going on right now. Adam wondering why ECU is plus 10. Is that returning a lot of starters? Yes. Is ECU too young? Nah. What's the idea here? Well, go back and look at the records from these teams the last few years. App State, Jeff Charles called them one of the most experienced veteran teams he's ever seen going into a game. So, Adam, that would be the main reason. Also, App State just wins. ECU's trying to figure out how to win. It seems a little high, but Vegas is more right than they are wrong. App State right now a 9.5 point favorite going into this game tonight against the Pirates. All right, we will take a timeout. When we return, Stephen Igo live from Charlotte. We will break it down with Igo when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Hour 1 rolls on after this.
Hey Pirates, this is Holt Nailers. A big part of my success on the field is what I eat at home. To keep my body fueled up, I order meals off a Clean Eats meal plan. I choose the meals I want from 6 different meals offered each week, and I pick them up on Sunday or Monday at the cafe on Red Banks Road. Each meal is packed with the perfect mix of healthy proteins, carbs, and veggies to keep my engine running at full speed. Go to cleaneats.com, click on meal plans, or stop by the cafe and get all the info. Clean Eats and the Pirates, a winning combination.
Have you been waiting to try CBD? ENS Hemp on Fire Tower Road in Greenville is the area leader in CBD. We want to educate you on how our products work with your endocannabinoid system. These products are all natural and non-addictive. ENS offers a variety of products to meet your needs. Tinctures, edibles, topicals, and even smokable items. Customer feedback indicates relief from stress, anxiety, fatigue, pain, and PTSD, just to name a few. ENS Hemp is located on Fire Tower Road. Also, check us out on our Instagram and Facebook pages.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
In studio with Gloria from Kinetic Physical Therapy. Gloria, what is cryotherapy?
Cryotherapy is when your body is exposed to extremely cold but therapeutic temperatures for several minutes. It has many benefits, including decreased pain, decreased inflammation, increased energy, and improved overall wellness. That's why at Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we offer a wide variety of services, including cryotherapy. So whether you're an athlete or whether you just want to give your health a boost, cryotherapy will help to ensure that you're feeling great and living well. So come chill with us and you'll be back for more.
Hello, this is Michael McGraw from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center of Greenville. We offer a variety of services including arthroscopic surgery, sports medicine, carpal tunnel and general orthopedics, fracture care, total joint replacement, physical therapy, and on-site MRIs. For experienced professional medical care, visit our office on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville and online at orthoeast.com. Orthopedics East providing services to ECU and Pitt County Athletics for over 35 years. Go Pirates!
Come pop a top this ECU football season at Jarvis Street Bottle Shop. Jarvis Street Bottle Shop is a specialty shop selling craft, domestic, and import brews, along with wine and growlers. Hosting a tailgate? Stop by the shop and grab a keg for your party or event. The Bottle Shop offers monthly beer and wine tastings featuring rotating NC craft breweries, along with live music and discounts. Stop by the shop Tuesday through Sunday or check them out on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
This is Big John Williams, strength and conditioning coach for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's take a look at some of the games that will be kicking off later on this evening at 7 o'clock. It'll be Boise State at UCF. Number 22, Coastal Carolina will host the Citadel at 7 o'clock. It'll be South Florida and NC State at 7:30. Number 24, Utah will host Weber State at 7:30 as well. At 8 o'clock kickoffs will be Tennessee hosting Bowling Green, and number 4, Ohio State is at Minnesota. That is also an 8 o'clock kickoff. And a little local flavor, the Memphis Redbirds, of course, has got a couple of ECU alums on that team. Former Pirate Evan Krasinski is on that roster, and Alec Burleson will be in action coming up in about, 45 minutes from now. So hopefully we'll be able to give you some stats a little bit later on in the show. That is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. The Buccaneer Music Hall is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule at the Buccaneer Music Hall. See ya at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Da Buck.
Da Bucks.
Well done, Chandler. But don't put an S in the end. Let's try one more time. Da Buck.
Da Buck.
Thank you. UCF Boise State. Interested in that one tonight. We'll keep you. We'll keep you updated because it kicks off at 7. So we'll have
at least one update.
Yeah, one update on that, and some other games going on across the country. And then, of course, post-game show, we'll have a full scoreboard for you. There's late night football going on, including Arizona State is 45-point favorite against some lackey at like 10:30 tonight.
The debut of Gus Malzahn in the American Athletic Conference.
The Gus Bus. That is correct.
The
Gus. Let's head out to the Fixed NC Live line and talk to Stephen Igo from Hoist the Colors. Happy game day to you, Igo. What's going on there in Charlotte?
Right now, not a whole lot other than chilling at the hotel. I just talked to a few Pirate fans upon checking in about 30 minutes ago. So, getting ready for game day, man. Found there was a member of my site that was here that I chatted with. That was pretty cool.
Was it Ori or Bonds?
It was neither one of those guys.
Damn.
So I'm still on the hunt to figure out who Ori is. I actually know who Bonds is. I know he's a real person. I'm still yet to be convinced that Ori is a real person.
Yeah, we hope to find that out one day. That would be a great side gig we could do either here at Pirate Radio at Hoist the Colors, try to find the real identity of famous internet message board posters. I think that'd be awesome. People would be into that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if these famous message board posters are willing to give up their identity after some of the crap they've posted over the years. But
well, look, that's what we're doing. We're investigating. We're exposing their identities. We might get into legal trouble with that, but it'd be fun.
I'll let you guys handle it. I can figure it out pretty easy by looking at our database, but I'm not allowed to do that. So
yeah, well, don't do anything illegal over there, Igo. No Dino Gaudio, Chris Mack stuff. Steven, let's throw this one out to start, and maybe it'll lead into another conversation. I'm going to ask everyone to give me a player, offense or defense, that needs to play well tonight for East Carolina to win. Billy Weaver was up first. Billy Weaver took Rajay Harris. He wants to see a strong running game, and a lot of that coming from number 47. How about you? So anybody is on the board outside of Rajay Harris. You can go offense, defense, special teams. What player do you have an eye on tonight that needs to play well for the Pirates?
Well, I think the obvious one is Holton Harris, but I'm not going to go that route because I feel like it's too obvious. So I'm going to go with the defense, and specifically the defensive front, with so many guys coming back, but also Rick DeBrew out for the first half. I think it's critical for all those guys in the front to play well, but I'm going to be watching Xavier Smith in particular. I think ECU's defensive leader needs to have a good game. He's more than likely going to spend quite some time on the defensive front, a place that he's never really played in his college career, and he's going to be doing it against arguably the toughest scheme to defend all year in the running game that ECU will face. So if he's playing on that edge or at linebacker, he's going to have a major responsibility to either set the edge as a defensive end / outside linebacker, or hit a certain gap as an inside linebacker. So I think with the way App runs their scheme, they need Xavier Smith to play well right out of the gate. It'll be interesting to see how he comes out, lined up. I mean, I've been at practice a lot, and he's honestly been doing both a lot. So even I don't really have a gauge on how exactly they're going to use him, and that is something that has to keep App State on his toes a little bit, because he could be coming from a bunch of different directions.
All right, Igo, good answer, good stuff. What is it, like option, read option? What makes this running scheme tougher and different than what ECU will see the remainder of the season? What does App State do differently?
So they run the stretch run a lot of outside zone, inside zone. Basically, they're going to run the same running play again and again to both sides. There are obviously some different lanes they can hit based on how the defense fills the gaps or how they pursue the football. And, what you're looking for if you're App is if, that stretch handoff isn't there on the outside, then you cut it back, because basically you have the whole defense moving to the right if you're running stretch right on the snap, and then you can hit a cutback, and that's how they hit a lot of their big touchdowns. I mean, really, in the running game, when they're going well, they're turning out 4 or 5, and they hit, 4 or 5 yards a pop, and then they hit a 40, 50-yarder, like they did against North Texas a bunch. I mean,
sounds kind of old, like Broncos-esque, and even I remember Peyton Manning used to always do the stretch runs with Edgerrin James. He'd sprint out there, hand it to edge, and he'd find a hole.
Yeah, that's basically exactly what it is. It's very similar to those schemes. So, and it's very tough to execute. We got into it on our podcast this week. Me and Brett Hickman, who's got experience coaching college football, it's tough to execute, which is why a lot of people don't run it. You got to have very good, fast, agile linemen. But once you get it down, once you get it in your system, and the guys know how to do it, it's extremely tough to stop. But you just don't see it a lot at the college level consistently. And then they'll hit that play-action bootleg off of that play. So that's where you got to be really careful where you don't over-pursue through the defense.
Igo, do you see App State run first and try to set up play action with their new quarterback, Chase Bryce? What about ECU? Are they, if they are able to run the football against a tough App State defensive line, then Mike Houston will run the football. But is this a game where Ehlers is going to have to throw it 35, 40 times, or do you think ECU will be able to stay in the game, maybe even get a lead, and be able to run the ball like they want to? How many times do you think Ehlers is going to put in the air tonight?
I think that ECU's got to be able to run the football to really have success offensively. I mean, App is pretty much, they're a base defense, but they do a lot of slant and angling where they try to, use their quickness to get into the backfield and really disrupt you. They're more fast and quick than big along the defensive front. And so that can create issues at times. But you got to be able to run the football against them, or else you're just back there passing the football with their speed defensively. I don't think you're going to have a lot of success. You kind of have to use, it's similar to ECU in some ways, in that you have to use their pursuit and speed against them, maybe get them over pursuing a little bit. And I think you do that obviously by making them commit to stopping the run. If ECU can't run the football in this game, I'm pretty worried, because I don't think, right now, and App State's got a pretty good defensive backfield as well. I don't think you're in a situation where you want to be dropping back and throwing it 50 times, or else you could be in trouble.
Igo, does Ryan Jones catch a pass for the Pirates tonight?
Yeah, I think he catches a pass on the first series.
The first series?
Yep. I think they're going to intentionally trying to get him involved in
wow.
the first part of the game, assuming he's playing, of course. You know, he did have that incident earlier this year, but I haven't heard anything about he's suspended for a half or whatnot.
All right, on that note, I texted you and Ronnie earlier today and said, are we going to have the annual "this guy has been suspended for something he did over the summer" release from Tom McClellan and ECU football? Because it happens every year. I haven't checked my inbox. You probably have. Are we going to have some bad news like that leading up to kickoff, Igo, or are we in the clear?
You're never in the clear. But,
yeah.
You're never in the clear. I haven't heard anything, honestly, outside of DeBrew sitting out sitting out the first half. So, but I feel like it happens every year. Like, it doesn't matter who the coach is, doesn't matter who the team is, all that sort of stuff. Like, there's always a release handed out 30 minutes before kickoff that player X is suspended for the first game or something like that. Now, hopefully that's not the case, and hopefully it's the case for App. You know, maybe App is the key player or something who's going to miss some time with the suspension. But it's a very common thing across college football. But I honestly have not heard of anything at this point.
Stephen, what time did you arrive in Charlotte today?
I arrived 3:30, 3:45.
Did you notice a lot of flags? See a lot of purple and gold? Like what? It's hard to predict now, probably, but what kind of crowd do you expect tonight?
You know, I saw a few flags on the highway. I honestly thought I'd see more. You know, I do know a lot of my buddies or friends that have already gotten to Charlotte last night. You know, I'm sitting here looking out my window right now. I'm actually staying right across from the Spectrum Center. I'm not sure. I'm about a mile away from the stadium. Not sure which direction that is, but either way, I've seen probably a handful of ECU fans just walking the streets as I look out my window on their way to the stadium. So I think that's a good sign. I think ECU will have a respectable turnout. I don't think it's going to be some, great turnout like they had versus Virginia Tech years ago or South Carolina, but I think it'll be a solid turnout, I guess I would term it. And
finally, Stephen, remind us again of your prediction for this game.
I've got App 31, ECU 27.
31-27, App with a narrow victory over the Pirates. I hope it's and I'm expecting it to be a good game tonight, Igo. I know you are as well.
I mean, everybody I talk to within the program expects to win this game. I mean,
yeah.
I think you're past the point of, hey, we're hoping to show up and compete and have a moral victory and all that. Like, you're in year 3 now. You've got your culture set. I think East Carolina 100% heads into this game expecting to win, and they feel like they are the better team. Now, they have to go out and prove that on the field, obviously, because the past handful of years have proven differently. But this is a new year. This is a new team. You know, App State has a lot coming back, but they weren't exactly world beaters last year. I mean, if you look at their 9 wins, who did they really beat? And they lost to the really good teams on their schedule. So if ECU plays well, I think they've really got a shot to win today and really start 2021 off on a high note.
Igo, great report, man. Appreciate you joining us. Are you staying in Charlotte tonight?
Yeah, I'll be done working probably about 2 or 3.
All right,
guys.
If we're still on the air, we'll give you a call at 3 a.m.
All right. I hope for you guys' sake you're not still on 3 a.m.
We should be home by then. Thanks for joining us, Igo. Enjoy the game, man.
All right. Later, guys.
And check out all Igo's post-game, and you still got time for some pregame lead-up over at hoistthecolors.net. And that was the fastest hour of my life. Hour 1 is in the books already. All right, let's move on to hour 2. We'll take a timeout, come back. Double B Brian Bailey joins us on the Fixed NC Live line. Also coming up in hour number 2, we'll hear from Donnie Kirkpatrick, ECU offensive coordinator, and the play-by-play voice of the Appalachian State Mountaineers, Adam Witten. It's all ahead. That and more. Hour 2 on the way. The Bud Light pregame tailgate rolls on after this.
The best place for delicious food and great prices is Familia. Familia has something for everyone, like New York-style pizza, lasagna, chicken, veal, or eggplant parmesan, homemade meatballs, plus a variety of seafood selections and favorites like the steak burger and southern pork chop. If you need food to go, Familia's drive-thru window is open and ready for all takeout orders. Familia, Fire Tower Road near Pitt Community College, and FamiliaNC.com.
Blue 42! Blue 42! Unlike football, life doesn't take a timeout, and anything can happen at any time. Unfortunately, anything isn't always a good thing. You need auto and life coverage, and agents. There for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You need North Carolina Farm Bureau insurance. Timeout, not even in our vocabulary.
Pirate fans, call Brian Coleman or CJ Messerly at 756-3007.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina, Inc. Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
Eastern North Carolina's choice for window tinting, signs, graphics, wraps, graphic design, and more is Signs and Tint. Signs and Tint is family owned and operated right here in Greenville, and their NC licensed electricians specialize in ceramic coating, vehicle wraps, and more. Signs and Tint offers 10% off for military and first responders. Also, make sure to mention Pirate Radio at checkout for a discount. Stop by their office today at 801 Staten Road or visit them online at signsandtint.com.
Pirate Nation, the newest sports bar is Quarters Bar and Grill, offering gourmet burgers, hot dogs, and wings with unique flavors Greenville has never seen. Pirates like to drink too. Quarters Bar and Grill offers a selection of 10 beers on tap and over 50 different craft beers. Come check us out at Quarters Bar and Grill, open Wednesday to Sunday, 11 to 11, located at the shopping center next to Krispy Kreme. Check us out on Facebook and Instagram and be on the lookout for Quarters Cash hidden around downtown Greenville. Quarters Bar and Grill, the plunder never tasted so good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Back with you on Pirate Radio. Wow. Oh. Technically, that's true. We are on Pirate Radio.
We're on Pirate Radio.
But
what is the show?
I almost said Pirate Radio Live, but we are on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Normally,
would be
on a Thursday afternoon. I would be on Pirate Radio Live, but yeah, this has a completely different feel as we lead up to the start of the 2021 season.
And I don't know how the temperature is in Charlotte, but today it's been a cool temp.
Well,
in Greenville.
John Moody posted a picture a while ago.
Yeah, you're checking Twitter. John Moody's got us covered, as he is our on-the-scene weatherman. He's got it at 88 degrees and a nice breeze, low humidity. I tell you, when I came to work today, and even last night, post-trivia, Chandler, it had a nice little cool, it felt like football.
Right. That's exactly how it felt this morning.
I had to, not only was the AC off at the house, I had to cut my fan off, which I very rarely do year-round. but I had a little chill going on.
I went to take a walk this morning. I thought I was going to have to turn around and get a sweatshirt. But Captain Rackham Johnny on Twitter is also at Royalty Row inside the Charlotte Knights Stadium downtown. Greenville, downtown Charlotte. Him and Redbeard might maybe be given a weather report as well.
So there's no fans in the stands, but I see them drinking a beer at the ballpark. Are they just there like hanging out, tailgating inside the stadium?
I think I heard John Gilbert say that there was going to be some kind of event there.
Oh, okay. I was wondering why they're in an empty baseball stadium hanging out.
How'd you guys get in there?
That's pretty cool. That's a great place to, I guess, tailgate and to hang out.
The best backdrop in minor league baseball right there.
Yeah, beautiful Charlotte skyline. Do we have Bailey on the phone, Shirley?
Yes, we do.
All right, we got Bailey on the phone. Also, check it out. We just posted it on our social media. I have not even watched it yet because it just came out. A Brian Bailey inside the locker room report as he arrives at Bank of America Stadium. That's pretty cool, Bailey. I hadn't watched it yet, but you're there on the inside of Bank of America Stadium.
Just tell Ellerby when I turned the expenses in, it was $50 to the first cop to let me in and $50 to the next cop to let me in. So
had to give some expensive handshakes to get that access?
He's already down $100, but we got here early, and it was kind of neat to go through the locker room and see Big John sitting there and all the uniforms laid out. The Pirates are just about set to arrive here at Bank of America Stadium in just a bit. Updating the weather on the big board here at Bank of America Stadium. It's 81 degrees right now, and it feels absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you can't ask for a better night. In fact, Mike Houston said earlier this week that he was really hoping for one of those 95-degree nights with high humidity because his guys have been in it all year and all summer rather, and perhaps Appalachia State hasn't been. But it's a gorgeous night for football. I mean, this is perfect.
You see it early on in the high school season and also early in the college football season, Bailey, the cramping that goes on. Maybe there won't be as much of that tonight for these two teams.
Yeah, if the heat is the deal that causes that, a lot of times guys are still trying to get in shape, even though they've been working out all year, and then they get into this fall camp and they really work really hard to get in shape. Sometimes these early games, you do see a lot of cramping, but that shouldn't be an issue tonight. It's absolutely gorgeous here.
All right, Bailey, get your thinking cap on. Been asking our guest, and we'll do throughout the show. Give me a player that needs to play well tonight for the Pirates to win. Rajay Harris was the answer from Billy Weaver. The D-line and, Xavier Smith was Igo's specific pick. So Harris and Smith are off the board. Who's one player you're going to be watching tonight that needs to have a good game for ECU to be victorious?
Well, I mean, it's so easy to say. It's kind of like, low-hanging fruit. But I think, Holton Ahlers is, this is his deal. This could be his last year at East Carolina, and he's got another year if he wants it. But, he's talked so much about, hey, I want to lead this team to a bowl game. And I think these are two evenly matched teams. I know the point spread, I believe it's gone down to 9, which is, showing that there's a lot of money going to the East Carolina way. But I think that he's the guy that's got to come out, be a leader like I think he will be. They do have to run the football, but I think that he's going to have to be one of those guys that actually runs the football as well. But I really like the way he takes care of this team and the way his whole mindset. He's got that look on his face, and I still remember one of the early games in his career, the NC State game, and we remember they were driving, and then he got down to the end zone, he got hit real hard and fumbled, and and then things went south after that. But I think this is one of those games that, hey, this is a different person now. His body's different. His mind is different. And he's obviously got loads of talent. But I look for him to have a big game.
Pirates, we'll see, but might have the edge at quarterback with Ahlers coming in for another year at East Carolina as their starter, Chase Bryce, in his first season as the quarterback of Appalachian State. Bailey, how much do you know about the opponent? We know they run the ball. They got a good D-line. We know they win a lot of football games. Just look at the records over the years. But have you talked to anyone to really break down the App State side of this thing?
No, just hearing what the Donnie said and what Blake Harrell said in their press conferences, and trying to get an idea about what to expect. I mean, it's one of those things. We got all this time leading up to it, and I'm like everybody else. I'm going to read up on Appalachian State. I'm going to know everything about them, and then all of a sudden it's game day, and I don't know that much about the opposition, but I do know, as you said, they were 9-3 a year ago. The coach took over for the bowl game and won the bowl game that year, so he's 10-3 overall. As the head coach at Appalachian State. They're a very solid program, very good football team. And I think, Mike Houston's one of those guys that he shoots from the hip, and he's not. A lot of coaches come in and say, "Oh, we got to respect our opponent." There's no respect in Appalachian State. They know that they're the underdog. They understand that Appalachian State, is in a different world right now than East Carolina is, and it's going to take a monumental effort, I think, tonight. I think they're going to have some help. And I've said it all week long. I think they got to come in, punch them in the mouth early. They got to get a break or two, and then they just got to, play Pirate football. Coach Houston said yesterday before they left Greenville, he said, we just got to do a lot of things that we can do. We just got to execute it and do it in this game to be successful.
Bailey, do you want to throw out a score for us?
I've been thinking about that a lot, too. I think I'm going to go somewhere in the neighborhood of 31-24, East Carolina.
Tell you what, the Pirates hold them to 24 points. I'll be excited about that. That would show.
I will, too. But I think that 24, I think you may even look at one of those bend but don't break type defensive efforts, and maybe they get a couple of turnovers. And I really think they've stressed turnovers all camp long. And I think they're, I just think they're excited, ready to play, and I hope we see a really good effort out of them.
Bailey, great stuff, man. We might try to check in with you if you got any other late breaking news or maybe an on the field report later on in our show. We might reach out to you. Let us know if you have anything.
That'd be fine. If I find something, I'll call you. If you guys need me, give me a call. We're free from 6:25 until kickoff at 7:30.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Double B.
All right, buddy. Yep.
Brian Bailey, the sports director, WNCT Channel 9, also the host of the Brian Bailey Show. And once again, check out our Brian Bailey Inside the Locker Room report as he walks through Bank of America Stadium. Said he had to do a couple of $50 handshakes to get there, but he'll find his way into a locker room. He is a crafty veteran when it comes to that. All right, chime in with your score prediction. Let us know what you're eating during your pregame tailgate, and let us know where you're watching the game. You can chime in on Facebook Live, on Twitter, or on YouTube and be a part of today's program. Let's take a time out. When we return, Jeff Charles goes one-on-one with Donnie Kirkpatrick. We'll get Donnie K's thoughts on App State's defense, the Pirates' offense, and how that matchup will look tonight, 7:30 at Bank of America Stadium. We will have that for you when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Hour 2 rolls on after this.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there, because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is the home of the best margaritas. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Tuesday for the Gulf of Mexico. A huge 46-ounce lime margarita for only $6.99. On Thursdays, relax and enjoy half-price pitchers of Chico's house margaritas. Choose from lime, strawberry, blood orange, raspberry, or peach. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
Hey Pirate fans, your one-stop shop for all your tailgate essentials is Shimmer Boutique. Need some purple and gold to wear? Shimmer has a great selection of clothing for men, women, and children. Need some shoes? Shimmer has the best selection of Hey Dudes around. Need a cooler for tailgating? Shimmer has you covered with a huge selection of Yeti and outdoor accessories. Shimmer, just 1 minute from the stadium on Greenville Boulevard behind Starbucks and in Winterville and Jacksonville. Find us online at shimmerboutiqueonline.com. Go Pirates!
Introducing Tommy Club, the best car wash value anywhere. Starting at just $19.99 a month, you can wash your car as often as you like, and also take advantage of our express lanes exclusively for Tommy Club members. You can enjoy a gentle belt conveyor ride to a spot-free shine faster and as often as you like when you're a member of Tommy Club. Plus, our vacuums and mat washers are always free. We're Tommy's Express.
Tommy's Express Wash, now open on the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road in Greenville.
This is John Gavigan with the Gavigan Agency. Our top priority is doing what is best for our members. Whether you are buying a new vehicle, a new home, protecting your family with life insurance, or filing a claim, our agency will be there every step of the way. Our goal is to become a trusted advisor for you and your family for all of your personal and commercial insurance needs. Give us a call in Greenville at 756-1400 for a car, home, business, or life insurance quote today, and give us the opportunity to show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey everybody, this is David Glenn, and you're listening to my favorite station in Eastern North Carolina, Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram at PR927FM. If you want to follow us on Twitter, it's at FreePR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, thanks for tuning in on Pirate Radio, on online, on Facebook, and on YouTube. We got people tuned in all different ways, and thanks for being a part of our Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, our 4-hour ride to kick off each and every game day. We'll be with you 8 a.m. next Saturday for an early morning edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, taking you up to the noon kickoff between the Pirates and the Gamecocks of South Carolina. We are 1 week away from the NFL season beginning with the Bucks and the Cowboys, and I saw that the Panthers, Chan Man, have signed a running back, Royce Freeman, former Broncos running back. Has signed with the Panthers.
We made a move yesterday, and can't believe the GOAT is going to be playing football. Michael Jordan was signed by the Panthers yesterday.
MJ. Pretty natural fit there in Charlotte.
I mentioned earlier this week in Pirate Radio Live that the Bengals had cut Michael Jordan. I think I mentioned to you off the air.
Yeah.
And the Panthers yesterday picked up that very same person, Michael Jordan from the Bengals, and he's an offensive lineman, and that's something that the Panthers need. They are very short on depth at the offensive line position, so that'll add a little bit there.
Michael Jordan has not done well in Charlotte as an owner. Hopefully he's better as a football player.
I hope so. I hope so as well.
All right, moving along here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Got some more predictions to read. We'll do that in a moment. Drop yours on the Facebook Live chat or on Twitter or on YouTube, and we'll read those as we move along here on the show. But right now, let's hear the voice, Jeff Charles, go one-on-one with ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick.
Let's start with Holton Nailors. It has to feel good to have an experienced guy back there at quarterback, and tell us what kind of a fall camp that Holton's had.
It's a good feeling to have your quarterback back anytime. It's really a good feeling to have Holton Nailors back, especially too. Holton's had a good camp. He has worked on the things that we really emphasized over the summer. He's lost a little bit of weight. He's trimmed up a little bit. I think he's quicker. I think he's ready to move around the pocket a little bit better. I think he's running a little bit better. I hope it'll pay off, for us this season.
Do you think we might see him run the ball a little bit more this year?
I would love to see him run a little bit more. As I've said before, it's not his running that worries me. It's when he's landing, and who's landing on him that kind of worries you sometimes. But a lot of his runs will be dictated by how the defense plays. You know what I'm saying? We don't run maybe a lot of just total quarterback runs. Most of them are reads. So, therefore, it kind of depends on – it's kind of like option football. It kind of depends on if they take the dive, they take the running back, or they take him. A lot of our options are for him to throw the ball, and then if the throw's not there, to take off and to run with that. We like to move the pocket. So, a lot of times the defense will dictate how much he runs. He is an effective runner. We do hope that he'll get 4, 5, 6 carries. I don't want 3 yards in a cloud of dust runs with him. We want 20 plus, 30 plus yard runs.
Coach, how is Mason Garcia coming along as the number 2 guy?
Mason has had a really good 2 weeks here, I think. Camp was a little up and down, I think. Earlier, we really challenged him to take it to the next level. As a true freshman, you come in, you do anything good. Everybody's like, okay, that's great. Look what he can already do. Well, you come back year 2 now when the bar is high, which it is for him. It's almost hard to live up to. Now we want him to do that his best on every play. I think after a couple of weeks, he got settled in a little bit, maybe put a little too much pressure on himself, I think. And the last 2 weeks, he's really had good practices. And, he's got to be ready because you're always one snap away.
Seems like we always talk about this, the offensive line and how you're mixing and matching and moving guys around and moving guys up and back and forth. And again, we've seen a little bit of that this year going into this season. But the guys who are going to start, Coach, for you on Thursday night, how do you feel about that?
I feel the best we felt, obviously, here in year 3. That group has been the most banged up and just unfortunate group of anything I've ever seen. For the first time, we've pretty much had some consistency there. We had a couple of little things, Sean Bailey early. We limited Noah Henderson after coming back after not having played, for a year. But for the most part, that group has stayed healthy. They're pretty much all back, and I think they're playing their best football, and that's what we need. For us to win, to establish the culture that we want to establish, to play the way we want to play, we got to win up front in the trenches, and so we're really looking to make vast improvement this year.
So let's talk about the matchup in the trenches on Thursday night. Appalachian State has 9 or 10 starters back on defense. They only gave up 20 points per game last year. There are those out there who say they have the best group of 5 defense in the country. So we know these guys are good. But, Coach, let's talk about the matchup up front. How do you feel about that?
Well, they are. They're an outstanding defense. I think that school, and I was there for 8 seasons, and it's got a tradition of being a great defensive school. You're up there cold weather, windy weather, the whole bit. It's kind of like Big Ten football from the old day, and that's kind of the culture of that program, and so they've continued to do that. Those coaches have been there for a long time. They've had great success. They present a lot of problems defensively because they have a lot of experience. They have a lot of speed. Man, they're physical. They love to run. They love to hit. They get after it. They also present quite a challenge because they've got some big, strong guys that knock you back. And then they got some smaller guys that will run around you and quick and jump around the blocks. So, sometimes you might be running one type of a play to the right. You really maybe can't run that same play to the left because you're going against different people.
Yeah. Coach, let's talk about your running backs now. Got to feel really good about the 2 guys coming back. They burst onto the scene as freshmen last year and just had terrific success.
Yeah, you just can't say enough good about the 2 guys we've got coming back, and Raji Harris and Keaton Mitchell. And, they had great freshman years. Now they've got to go back that up, but it's good that we're starting off with them. They'll both rotate in. We'll try to play them probably about equal. Sometimes the game will dictate that a little bit. And then, you know what? Joseph McKay, Pop as we call him right there. We'll hope to get him some action here each week too, because you never know what's going to happen. And then Lorenzo Dorr is a transfer out of West Virginia. Got here late. He's kind of catching up right now. Will play a lot in special teams. Could get a few carries, a couple plays in there. He's really impressed us as well.
Coach, how about the tight ends? Shane Calhoun last year really impressed us as a true freshman.
Yeah, Shane, went way past our expectation for him for a tight end in his freshman year. He's got to live up to that now too. He's another one of those guys that the bar is set very high. The room's much deeper. We'll be much more versatile with that group. We'll play them a lot in 11 personnel, 1 tight end sets. We'll play them a lot in 2 tight end sets. We're going to work some different combinations because I feel like we've got some different depth there with different type of skill level. Ryan Jones brings an interesting matchup. He's kind of a hybrid guy, tight end, can play with his hand on the ground, can play standing up, can play in the slot, can play out wide. Zach Bird gives us a big guy, almost like an extra offensive lineman. Aaron Jarman transferred in from Temple, local young man, has shown some ability to do the same thing as Zach has done.
So, Coach, if we can X and O this one coming up now on Thursday night, final question for you. What's it going to take for this offense to be successful against a very good Appalachian State defense?
Well, we're going to have to find a way to create some big plays in there. They're not that they're not aggressive, because they're super aggressive, but they're also a bend don't break. They play a style of defense that matches their style of offense. The offense is going to run the ball, going to keep the ball, then they're going to take a few shots at you. Defensively, they're not going to let you get behind them very much. They're going to really overplay the run. Makes it really hard to run. So we're going to have to find a way to get a good block. Guys going to have to break a tackle. Holt don't have to have a big game. Our wide receivers will have to get open in the secondary, make some plays, and then you can't afford to turn the ball over and lose the turnover battle, because they'll play very ball possession football and run the ball, and if you give away some possessions, you'll have no chance.
All right, there's Donnie Kirkpatrick one-on-one with the voice, Jeff Charles. We'll hear a little bit more from Donnie Kirkpatrick in a moment. We'll also visit with the voice coming up at around 6 o'clock on today's edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We are with you until kickoff, 7:30. Pirates and Mountaineers going at it on ESPNU tonight. We have seen a ton of line movement on this game since it came out this summer, as App State a 14.5-point favorite. And as I look at it now, it has shot from ECU plus 9.5, back up to 10. So it will probably settle in at 10, I would imagine, but I'll keep refreshing and see what happens in the next 2.5 hours. That's right, we're 2.5 hours away from the kickoff of the 2021 ECU football season. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back when we return. A little bit more from Donnie Kirkpatrick, and also your predictions. Get them in. I got a few more to read. You can chime in on Facebook Live, Twitter, or YouTube. What do you think happens tonight between the Pirates and the Appalachian State Mountaineers? The Bud Light Pregame Tailgate rolls on. Hour 2. More to go after this.
While you're sleeping, our whole hogs are slow cooking over wood to create that bite that Eastern North Carolina is known for. I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have been the torchbearers for what whole hog barbecue is supposed to be. At Sam Jones, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors. Everything, and I mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Come on over and see us at Sam Jones Barbecue, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. Sam Jones Barbecue, Fire Tower Road.
There's no better time to drive away with a quality pre-owned car, truck, or SUV from Greenville Auto World. Greenville Auto World is your authorized rough country dealer. We specialize in lift and leveling kits along with custom wheel packages. Whether you're looking for ground clearance or enhancing the appearance of your vehicle, trust our team for your off-road experience. Greenville Auto World, 3840 South Charles Boulevard, across from Hardee's at Bell's Fork, or online at greenvilleautoworld.net.
We paid how much for those lessons?
Shh, she's doing great.
Oh yeah, totally. Can you pass me a Pepsi Zero Sugar? Great job, honey! Oh, look at that. That's not the end.
No way. Now it's time for the encore.
You know what? You're right. 5 times? Not enough times.
For everyone who traded in rock concerts for their kids' recitals, you've compromised enough. Pepsi Zero Sugar. That's what I like.
Here is your ice-cold Pepsi Zero Sugar, sir. Oh, thanks. Wanna watch the game? Ooh, little sports ball on a Sunday afternoon. Don't mind if I do. Hey, did we win? It sounds like we won. It's still the first quarter. I must be lucky. People say that about me. Tough break on that free throw there. Shouldn't be doing that. Dude, we're watching football. Come on.
For everyone who spent the entire game explaining the entire game, you've compromised enough. Pepsi Zero Sugar. That's what I like.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Are you starting to plan your holiday travel for this year? Book today on American Airlines at PGV and enjoy the friendly convenience of flying from your local airport. American Airlines and PGV. Book today at aa.com. PGV, where the Pirates fly.
Pirate fans, get ready for a winning season and team up with Quality Equipment, your local John Deere dealer and proud sponsor of the ECU Pirates. When you do business with us, you'll get things done right. We're proud to offer a large selection of new and used John Deere equipment, a fully stocked parts department, and a highly trained staff who is here to support you throughout the life of your equipment. So get quality done right before every ECU game day and visit QualityEquip.com.
This is Coach Steve Shankweiler, offensive line coach for East Carolina University football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, we talked about games that are kicking off tonight. There was one game, the Temple-Rutgers game that was scheduled for tonight has now been moved to Saturday due to inclement weather from the remnants of Hurricane Ida. It is absolutely drenching the northeastern part of the United States. So that game has been moved to Saturday. Coming up tomorrow night, it's going to be a lot of football games on a Friday night as well. 6 o'clock tomorrow night, it'll be number 10 North Carolina at Virginia Tech. Kicking off at 7 o'clock, it'll be Duke taking on Charlotte, and Wake Forest will host Old Dominion. And then at 9 o'clock, it'll be Michigan State and Northwestern. As a matter of fact, a couple of Major League Baseball games wrapping up at the moment. The Phillies are leading the Nationals 7-6 in the ninth inning. The Brewers and the Giants are tied at 1 apiece in the fifth inning. And the Athletics just beat the Detroit Tigers by a final of 8-6. Coming up at 7 o'clock, or 7:10 actually, the Red Sox, my dreaded Red Sox, will take on the Tampa Bay Rays. The Mets will host the Marlins at 7:10. Cubs will take on the Pirates at 8:05. It'll be the Royals and the Indians at 8:10, and then at 8:40 tonight, it'll be the Rockies hosting Clips Atlanta Braves. And that is a look at your scoreboard brought to you by The Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule at the Buccaneer Music Hall. See ya at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
The Buck. Thank you, Shirley. Yeah, best news of the day, the Braves are not playing the Dodgers anymore. Glad to get out of L.A. because that was not fun the last 3 late evenings. All right, back with you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. It is 5:02. We are in the middle of hour number 2 of our program. Coming up next segment, we'll hear from the play-by-play voice of the Appalachian State Mountaineers, Adam Whitten. He will join us. We'll hear a little bit more from Donnie Kirkpatrick in just a moment, but let's look at more of your score predictions. Folks can chime in and watch the show on Facebook Live, on YouTube, or chime in on Twitter. And we got a ton of predictions here. Can't remember where I left off. I think it was with Jimmy, who said ECU 31-28. Tyler on Facebook Live said, I think more pressure is on App State to win, but the Pirates do win 24-7. Yeah, I guess if there was a pressure meter, App State's the favorite. They're a 10-point favorite. So maybe there's a tad more pressure to win, although Mike Houston feeling some pressure from Pirate fans. They want to see a good product in 2021, but I would tend to agree with Tyler there. He does have the Pirates winning 24-17. Brennan has a 4-point Pirate victory, 35-31. Daniel says Pirates 30, App State 26. Steve Hill has East Carolina a 34-28 winner over Appalachian State. Mike is kind of an oddball like myself, so he has a long prediction. ECU gets out to a 31-7 lead. App comes back. 2-possession game late with a score of 37-28. App goes for it on 4th instead of kicking a field goal. ECU defense comes up big. ECU gets a couple of first downs and wins 37-28. But did you see all that in a vision, a dream? Or did all that just come right off the cuff? I like your prediction there, Mike. You can give me a detailed or non-detailed prediction for the game tonight. Let's see. David says Holton goes off and the defense will be shockingly good. Pirates 36, Appalachian State 24. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to keep reading all these predictions from Pirate fans, and I'm going to end up picking the Pirates. And I think I'm already ready to go in on ECU plus 10. This just happens to me with Washington, with ECU. The closer we get to kickoff, the more excited you get, the more optimistic you get, and that's what's going to end up happening by the end of this show. All right, Kevin says he is watching tonight from West Virginia, or he says greetings from West Virginia. Tonight, my bachelor's degree takes on my master's degree. He says, I'm torn, but go Pirates. Interesting. A house divided, a man divided from Kevin Mashburn. Any relation to Jamal Mashburn? Sumner is watching from Louisiana. Shirley used to do this too. Where are you watching and listening
absolutely.
from?
Check in, please.
We've had people from Abu Dhabi.
Yep, we had those, the call-in show especially.
Yeah.
Abu Dhabi, we had one from
like Dubai. I think.
Dubai. We had one from Africa, South Africa.
Mm-hmm. So where? Yeah,
Alaska. We had an Alaska phone call.
It's fun to see where you are tuned into as pregame and postgame. So add that to your prediction if you'd like. Chris lives across from Carter Finley Stadium, so he's going all AAC tonight, pulling for South Florida and East Carolina. We'll have a Buck scoreboard update for you, the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard update on South Florida and NC State later on. Scott, our Maryland listener and viewer, says the Pirates win 27-20. Brian has a low score, 21-14 Pirates. Man, I would love to see a dominant defensive effort tonight, holding them to 14 points. Chris says his prediction is a neck-and-neck battle that ECU holds on to win 31-30. Mike Jones says ECU wins 36-24. Who else we got? Pirates win by 1 and come home hungry for chicken, says Gordon, and that's coming up next week.
Speaking of
chicken
food,
on the menu.
Speaking of food, Hall of Famer Robert Jones just tweeted out his game day spread.
Okay.
He's got some brats on the grill.
Oh, I love a brat.
And it looks like he's got some
Clip brat.
People have called me Clip brat.
And some onions and peppers in a little pan. Look at that.
I'm pretty sure that's a new grill for the Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Nice grill.
He is. He is all set and ready to go. As a matter of fact, he tweeted out, he said, little tailgating before the game.
Speaking of food, very brief shout out to our buddy Ryan Malley, who dropped by some wings over Greenville for us. Thank you, Ryan, for that, as we are being well fed here in the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Show us your grill. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. What are you munching on before ECU takes the field tonight against the Appalachian State Mountaineers? And also drop your predictions on Facebook Live as we'll check the pulse of the Pirate Nation. We'll do it after the game with your phone calls. We'll do it before the game. Wags is in.
Wags.
What's up, Wags? He says the score is 27-23. The winning team is whoever has the ball last. So all he's doing is throwing out a score.
Yeah, that's not helping.
I like the suspense, though.
Yeah, now I want to know who's going to have the ball last and win this game. Thank you, Wags, formerly of Hoist the Colors there, Jonathan Wagner. Bill is in Charleston, South Carolina. That'd be a pretty place to watch a football game on television. 27-17 Pirates. Continuing to see these low totals for App State. These teeny boppers out there. These scoring the teens, making me excited for this Pirate defense tonight, taking on App State. Let's talk a little more Pirate offense. And Shirley, let's hear more from Donnie Kirkpatrick earlier this week. And Donnie was asked his Cut 5 if he likes the in-state rivalry feel to this contest.
You know, this is a fun game. I know it's a fun game probably for the fans, right? I think it would be because it's kind of east, you know, versus west a little bit. We're kind of meeting in the middle. a little bit like that. I was at Appalachian State from, well, I'm not going to give you the years because that'd give away my age way too much, but I was there for 8 years, and I know that mentality that they have that chip on their shoulder. We were like that when I was there. We started winning conference championships under Mac Brown and Sparky Woods, who I worked for there, and they have that mentality, and they preach that we get overlooked. We're, you know what I'm saying, but we're the best team in the state. And the last years, they've kind of proven they are the best program, you know, in the state, win-loss wise. I know we've played them here before, and you know, the one game we jumped off to a big lead, and then we were defending a throw into the end zone to win that game. So these guys have played in big environments. You know, they beat South Carolina, they beat North Carolina, they beat Michigan. When we were there, we beat ACC teams, we beat State, we beat Wake Forest, and all those type of things too. So yeah, they've got that culture that we're actually trying to build here, because we need that chip on our shoulder and go play like that too. So it's going to be a clash of two programs that are trying to establish themselves as the best program in the state.
Donnie Kirkpatrick there, he knows the perspective of East Carolina, and he has been in Boone coaching as well in his past. Let's hit cut 7, Shirley. What's the plan for Rajay Harris and Keaton Mitchell?
Well, we are going to rotate both of them. Obviously, we see them as both starters. You know what I'm saying? We don't necessarily play them at the same time. We could. We have sets where they are in the game together, but we will rotate them, and we haven't really gotten down to the specifics of that. The game plan is pretty much finalized. We will work some things today. We work red zone. We work some goal line situations, and we review other situations. We go in and take some things out. We don't add anything really usually this late. We talk in terms of who we want to get the ball to, though, a lot, you know, especially in third downs. You think more personnel than you do play. I don't think the play is nearly as important as who's running the play or who's getting the ball in the play. So we haven't really thought like, okay, we want him to get it 20 and him get it 21 or anything like that. We just know that we want both of them to have it a lot.
All right, there is Donnie Kirkpatrick, ECU offensive coordinator. We'll hear from defensive coordinator Blake Harrell later on in our show as he went one-on-one with Jeff Charles. When we return, all right, we've kind of had a unicorns and rainbows show thus far. Like, everything is looking great. Pirates are going to win. Pirates are going to roll. Great defense, great offense. What about, there's 2 teams playing tonight. We'll learn more about that App State team, specifically their offense, when we return, as I'll talk to the play-by-play voice of the Appalachian State Mountaineers, Adam Witten. We'll see what they have at QB, running back, out wide, and also the O-line versus ECU's D-line. We'll break it down when we return. Hour 2 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate rolls on after this.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out.
Like shouting from the rooftop! Free cheesy!
Screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure you have the best comfortable shoes this tailgate season with a stop at Fleet Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Fleet Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you on the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us on Greenville Boulevard in the public shopping center right near the stadium. Be sure to run with us on Facebook and Instagram. Fleet Feet, we run for you. Go Pirates!
This is Martin Truex Jr., and as a NASCAR Cup Series champion, I love one-stop shopping. When I need fresh tires or fuel during a race, my pit crew takes care of everything. Off the track, I have an auto owner's independent agent. They handle all my insurance in one place: car, home, life, and business. Get your own pit crew and find a local agency with auto owner's insurance.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
At West Park Motor Company, customer satisfaction is the #1 goal while offering a wide range of cars, trucks, and SUVs at very competitive prices. Shop online at westparkmotorcompany.com right now to get started. Looking to sell your vehicle? Call West Park for a free appraisal. West Park is willing to pay more for your car or truck than the next dealer. West Park Motor Company, with locations in Greenville and Washington, and proud courtesy car dealer for the Pirates for over a decade. Go Pirates! At Union Bank, we understand you live life on the go. That's why our banking options are designed to serve you, wherever you are. If you want to meet us in person at one of our local branches, complete banking tasks on the go from the mobile app, or bank from your office with convenient remote deposit and cash management services, we're everywhere you need us to be. Whether you're simply managing a busy schedule or an entire business, we're right there with you with personalized service and helpful tools. Call or visit us online at unionbanknc.com. Union Bank is a member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
It's bow time. It's the same song, different tune. The family debates dinner, but all you're craving is a double serving of aspirin. So drop a big bow box on that pack of picky eaters. Cause when you can get 8 pieces of chicken with 4 made-from-scratch biscuits, 2 fixins, and tea, dinner's easier than hitting mute on the group chat. Bojangles, it's bow time.
This is Coach Donnie Kirkpatrick, Office Coordinator for ECU Football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6. And, of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. You can also see the U.S. Cellular 5th quarter on game days as well. Just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio TV and click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, our buddy John Moody's got some chicken going. He said earlier in the week he was doing chicken fajitas at the tailgate outside of Bank of America Stadium. Hashtag, what did he say? Hashtag show me your grill. It's a great hashtag. Show us what you're eating on and throw out your prediction for this football game. Chad, our buddy, is in. Says he's going. Chad, you're a sports fan. He said he's going 21-24. You don't put the high score first, Chad. I hate to ban Chad from Pirate Radio again.
Is this Chad Moore?
Yes.
Chad, this is why you don't win in the treasure chest.
He is a sports guy. Don't put the low number first. He says ECU wins on a last-second field goal. Here's a good one tonight. Taylor asking who gets more touches at running back tonight. Rajay Harris or Keaton Mitchell?
Ooh.
I mean, I would.
Keaton? With handoffs and maybe catching balls out of the backfield?
I will say Harris. It kind of depends on game flow, too, though, right? If you're behind, maybe you have Mitchell in more so he can catch passes out of the backfield. It's a great question. You know what? I'll answer that question week 2 after I see what happens tonight in week 1 and get an idea on how the backs are used, because as Donnie, you just heard, Donnie Kirkpatrick says they will be splitting both, and maybe somebody gets the hot hand. Maybe Rajay Harris is running too good to get him out of the game. Maybe Harris has a couple of negative runs and they go a different route with Keaton Mitchell, and he has a few good runs and they keep him in. So that is one of the unknowns, but that is a fun unknown, if you will, going into tonight's game. Boy, that look that Chandler gave me there, it's not a good one. What's wrong with
I like that was
wordplay dad jokes
that was good
on a pregame show? I tell you what, too, I'm not a listener of this show because I host the show. What's wrong with you, Shirley? What are you doing? But if I was a listener,
get a grip.
No, I just shoved a large amount of food into my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens.
And I looked over and I saw the camera shot, and I've got one giant chipmunk cheek over here. So I was kind of just discreetly covering my mouth so you could not see the
Very
giant pile of
discreetly.
food I just shoved into my mouth.
Yeah, there you go.
I keep forgetting we're on stinking online.
I keep forgetting.
Video.
I'm not a listener, I'm a host. I feel like this thing flies by every game day. I wonder if
Especially
it feels
the
that
first
way
one.
for the listener. Like, we're almost 2 hours deep. We're almost halfway done with the
We're
show.
10 minutes away from 2 hours deep into the show.
Is that not crazy?
Yeah, that is crazy.
It is.
Bro, time. I'm starting to feel like Troy E.
Could you imagine?
I can't understand time anymore.
Time flies.
It's going so fast. Let's wrap up hour number 2 by talking to the voice of the Appalachian State Mountaineers. He is Adam Whitten. Adam, happy game day. And I know you're fired up to call what should be a great football game tonight.
Happy game day to you as well. Not only am I ready for the game tonight, I am so excited to be in a stadium tonight full of fans wearing black and gold, also wearing purple. Last year, our season opener was in Boone in a completely empty stadium. So this is going to be a lot more fun tonight.
And this is that's an interesting point. Mike Houston brought it up. Looking at ECU's roster, you've got a lot of returners, but a lot of those guys from last year were freshmen, including the running backs, Rajay Harris, Keaton Mitchell, and those guys will be playing in front of a big crowd like that for the first time in their college careers. And even if there are veterans on these teams, they'll be playing in front of a crowd for the first time really since 2019. So I wonder, Adam, if that's going to add to the butterflies. It certainly adds to the excitement for tonight's game.
It's quite a stage for a lot of these players. You know, it's a good point, and it's been a while since any of these players have played in front of a big crowd. And not only that, you're in an NFL stadium. I know this isn't new to ECU. They've played games in this stadium before, but this is all brand new to App State. App State's played on big stages, but the only NFL stadium that they've really experienced is the Superdome, playing in the New Orleans Bowl in 2018 and 2019. And so this opportunity in front of a huge crowd, big stadium, national spotlight in a big city like Charlotte, in a regional matchup, East versus West, there's so much significance. This feels like a big-time bowl game atmosphere for our fan base. And, you know, the players have been on a stage like that before in bowl games, but this will be a little different for a lot of people, so I'm curious to see how everyone reacts.
Adam, a big picture question for App State this season before we dive into this game. And we had Ethan Joyce on from the Winston-Salem Journal a couple weeks ago, and he said that the expectation amongst some of the fans there in Boone is to be the Group of Five school in college football this year, to represent the Group of Five in one of the big bowl games at the end of the season. And for App State to do that, not only do they have to win tonight, they likely have to go to Coral Gables and win next week. And then you got that Sun Belt slate, which, man, that looks a lot more difficult now than it did a few years ago with Coastal and Louisiana, and then Georgia State can put up points, and Troy and all those teams. So would you say that is a reasonable goal for App State and a goal that the fans have this year, that they think this could be one of those quote-unquote special seasons for the Mountaineers?
Yeah, I don't know if I would go so far as to call it a goal. Their biggest goal every year is to try to win the conference in a bowl game, and then certainly when they play in-state opponents like tonight against ECU, that's going to be a big priority as well, because that helps so much with recruiting and bragging rights and just the culture and tradition. It's an important game for both teams. But, you know, in terms of the best team in the G5, you know, I don't think it's a stretch to say that App would love to become another version of what Boise State used to be. You know, Boise State is a place that's, you know, kind of a rural area like Boone. It was a small school at the time. It was in the FCS, made the jump, then became a powerhouse at FBS, and they've had that staying power. App feels like it could get to that point as well. But I think, you know, you guys know, especially playing in the conference that ECU does, a lot of times it can be dependent on the strength of your conference.
Yeah.
You know, with Cincinnati and UCF and programs like that in the American, you know, if you run the table, you're going to get a lot of quality wins through that. And right now, the Sun Belt is as strong as it's ever been. And so as a result, they've got a chance to get a lot of quality wins. So you've got tonight against ECU. You've got next week against Miami, and then they're going to play the two teams that are also ranked in the preseason top 25 in Louisiana and Coastal Carolina. It's as strong as the Sun Belt has probably ever been when it comes to football. So I think it's all out there for the taking. You'll never get any of the players or coaches to really think that
Right.
what could happen at the end of the season. But, yeah, from a fan's perspective, sure, they would love to take that next step and become, the top dog in the G5.
While we're talking expectations, Adam, what is the expectation for quarterback Chase Bryce this year with Appalachian State? Is he a guy that's going to control this offense? App State's going to do what they do and run the football? Or, is Sean Clark going to go ask him to go out there and win some football games, throw the football around? What should we expect from Bryce tonight?
Well, I think what you want to get out of Bryce is really what App wants to get out of its offense, which is to control the game, and that's doing so with possession. That's doing so with staying on schedule, getting yourself into third and short situations, not having any silly penalties, any turnovers, and so turnovers were an issue for Chase last year at Duke, and he doesn't hide from that. But at the same time, they've studied it and they've realized, okay, here's why those things were happening when you were the quarterback at Duke. And so they're going to put him in a position where he doesn't have to, go for too much. And App's got so many weapons on its offense, I'd be surprised if they ever get into a situation where they have to ask Chase to go out and win them a game. And so, he's got to trust what's around him. I think he'll be able to do that. But at the same time, regardless of who's at quarterback, the biggest goal for App on offense in tonight's game, and really any game, is to make sure that they end every possession with a kick. Whether it's an extra point, a field goal, or a punt, you don't want to end a drive with a turnover. And so if they end every possession with a kick, they feel like they're always going to be in good position to win the game.
I like that, Adam. I feel like I've heard every cliche out there in football. I don't think I've ever heard that one. End every possession with a kick. That's a good one. Adam.
Hopefully it's not all punts.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one you don't want, I guess. The East Carolina defense, they have a ton of returners and veterans at the linebacker position. I think the secondary could be the most talented position group on the defensive side for East Carolina. The question is the D-line, and you've got a lot of young guys who are trying to kind of find their way at the D-line. Rick DeBrew, who's maybe ECU's best defensive lineman, won't be able to play in the first half due to a targeting call in the SMU game last year to wrap up the season. That's a crazy rule in itself, but that sounds like a recipe for App State to run the football tonight. It sounds like advantage App State when you look at it that way. So how about the O-line and the run game for App State? What makes it work so well, Adam?
Well, it's versatility, and it's kind of a theme across the entire program, which is speed. You're going to look at the size of App State on the O-line. Now, they've beefed up a little bit on the offensive line. They added a transfer from Western Carolina, Isaiah Helms, who's over 300 pounds and just a monster, that he'll play at the guard position tonight as a first-year starter for the Mountaineers. But, they have a lot of versatility. They've moved Bear Hunter, one of their captains, from guard to center to take the place of Noah Hannon. Guys can play different positions. They really are predicated on being able to run a lot of stretch plays with the run game. So ECU's defensive line is going to have to be able to move laterally and be able to not overcommit, because one of the keys to that stretch game is those cutback lanes. And the running backs are good at doing that. The offensive linemen can get out and move and be able to, have guys get out to the second level and make key blocks there. So, I think App State's offensive line will be experienced enough to be able to do some things. The question is, when it comes to ECU, can those defensive linemen move laterally well enough to be able to handle things? And
Adam, we'll wrap it up here. As far as receivers go, tight ends, who are the names and numbers to watch out for on the outside for App State tonight?
Yeah, so, the biggest name at wide receiver, there's so much talent. They have 4 super seniors coming back, that wide receiver group. So there's a lot of guys to watch out for. You'll see a lot of names and numbers cycling through at the wide receiver position tonight. But number 2, Corey Sutton, is the most talented of the group, and he didn't even play a year ago. He tore his ACL late in the year in 2019. Last year he opted out to try to fully recover from that. He's back this year. He caught 10 touchdowns his first year as a sophomore in 2018. he's the most talented guy and certainly their number one. But Thomas Hennigan is as steady and consistent number 5 as you can come. He catches a lot of 50-50 balls, great possession receiver, also returns punts for the Mountaineers. Malik Williams out of the slot, very reliable, especially on third down. Jalen Virgil, number 11, is probably going to be the fastest guy on the team. And so, those guys are going to be great, but then you've got some young people that could get in there as well. 16, Christian Wells, 0, Milan Tucker, 17, Deshaun Davis. We've seen a lot of guys at the wide receiver position that can make an impact. At tight end, tight ends mostly are used for blocking. They don't catch a ton of passes for the offense, but when App gets in the red zone, be on the lookout for 88 Henry Pearson, who caught several touchdowns toward the end of the season. So he could be an impact in the passing game as well.
Adam Witten joining us on the Fixed NC Live Line, the play-by-play voice of the Appalachian State Mountaineers. Great scouting report on the App State offense. We will talk defense and special teams from the App State perspective in Hour 3 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'll take a timeout, come back. Also in Hour number 3, the voice, Jeff Charles, live from Bank of America Stadium. He'll join us with his game preview. Ronnie Woodward, live in Charlotte, will give us a breakdown on the Pirates and the Mountaineers. And when we return, we'll talk ECU App State and the rest of the Thursday slate of college football with the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau. He joins us when we kick off Hour 3 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We roll on after this.
Come and explore great shopping in downtown Washington at Naughty Life. Hi, this is Gina from Naughty Life, and new fall merchandise is arriving every day, featuring all the new Yeti products, like the loadout buckets and waterproof dry duffel bags. We have new fall clothes for men, women, and children. At Naughty Life, we have something perfect for any occasion, like new jewelry and a great selection of sunglasses from Costa, Reflect, and RCI. Visit Naughty Life on Main Street in historic downtown Washington, and like us on Instagram and Facebook.
Do you suffer from pain, anxiety, or sleeping issues? Eastern Healthcare has a solution for you. Eastern Healthcare is the premier CBD store with retailer quality products to help with any ailment you might have. They carry nationally recognized brands such as Curative's Delta 8, CBD Distillery, and Charlotte's Web with a wide variety of delivery systems.
This is Adam from Eastern Healthcare. Come visit our store at 2245 Stansburg Road across from Vidant Hospital or call 227-4199. Eastern Healthcare. Wellness starts here.
Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram between Greenville and Washington has a great selection of pre-owned inventory, and they're stocking more used cars, trucks, and SUVs every day. Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has everything from coupes, convertibles, small and large SUVs, diesel and gas heavy-duty trucks. And hey, they'll buy your car even if you don't buy one from them. Go to WashingtonChryslerDodgeJeepRam.com to browse the new and used inventory, and go check out their service department. They're your local dealer for custom lift kits, wheels, tires, and accessories on all makes and models. And Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is your certified rough country dealer and can uplift your next vehicle with one of several Washington off-road packages. A great selection of pre-owned vehicles starting at just $5,000, a top-notch service department, and a beautiful facility makes the drive to Washington totally worth it. Remember, you don't have to buy a car from them. They'll buy your car right now. Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram between Greenville and Washington. Drive a little, save a lot.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
You know, anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those. But anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
Your power's out. There's a water leak. What do? For these and other utility-related emergencies, you need service, and you want it fast. There are two things you can do to get the quickest response if you're a GUC customer. First, you can call the hotline at 1-855-767-2482 and report any utility-related emergency. That number is also on GUC.com. Or second, you can give GUC your phone number. The hotline process is quickest when their account records have your current phone number. Service you can count on. Greenville Utilities. Hey, Troy D here for my friends at Villa Verde. If you know me, you know I love being outside, but finding a good place to eat outside can sometimes be tough. Well, our pals at Villa Verde have fixed that. Not only does Villa Verde have awesome, unique, one-of-a-kind dishes here in Greenville, they also have a brand new outside dining area. And this outside area is sweet. It's covered, you're in the shade, and cooling fans are on. Enjoy the comfort and relaxation of dining outside with our friends at Villa Verde. Villa Verde on 10th Street, a platform for good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Moran.
All right, we are flying along here. We are already entering hour 3 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Still a ton more to go here on today's show as we get you set for the 7:30 kickoff. Pirates and Mountaineers on ESPNU. And, of course, we'll be with you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. All right, let's break this one down and also talk more college football with the BMOC, the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau. He joins us another year on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Jeff, we appreciate you being a part of Pirate Radio Live throughout the week with us here throughout the year. And happy to have you back on game days as well. How you doing, big man?
You know, there's not a lot of people I want to talk to more on a Thursday with college football on a docket than Clip Brock.
There you go. And Jeff will not pander to the ECU audience. He calls it as he sees it. Evidence of that is 2018 season opener, ECU, North Carolina A&T. Not only did Nadeau have the Aggies plus the points, he said NC-A&T wins outright. And we all know how that went. So with that being said, Jeff, and maybe you don't have a read on this one way or the other, but what's your take on the Mountaineers and the Pirates going at it tonight?
Well, I'll tell you right now, I mean, I think if you're an ECU fan, you got to be pretty happy. I mean, this line has plummeted. I mean, the early action really came in on ECU. I mean, I remember when we talked, I don't know, probably a month ago, you and I, at one point, I think this number was 11.5, 12.5 at one point. We saw it touch 8 at one point.
And that had dropped, Jeff, from 14.5 when it first came out. So it's made a huge plummet, as you said.
Right. But I'll tell you right now, at this late hour, I mean, it's what, 5:30? I mean, this total is at 55.5. It's absolutely getting plastered by money. People like the under in this game. I mean, you're getting, I think if this gets to 55, I think you're looking at maybe coming and heading back with the over. I mean, you have two offenses here that I think are going to have some success moving the football, but I could have had it at 30, 24, 31, 24, something like that. I think the total is probably kind of, I think, as low as it's going to get. But, I saw Igo. I always read his stuff. I think he's terrific, those guys over there. I know he had it, I think, 28, 24. I could see something like that. I think both offenses are going to definitely try to use the run game. We know what App State wants to do. We know they're going to obviously ease their quarterback into it, a new quarterback. We know Holton Ahlers can hit stuff down the field and things of that nature, but this is a good App State defense. We've got to figure that ECU will be better defensively than they've been in years past. My concern, it'll always be my concern with East Carolina. Are they good enough in the trenches? We obviously know they lost Deontay Smith. We know that their offensive and defensive lines sometimes get moved off the point of the attack. So I'm not playing this game personally. If I had to, though, I would need 10 to get involved with ECU. It's just really a number thing for me at this point. I feel like if it gets lower, if it gets below 55, I'll probably bet over 54.5, 55. I think that would be too low at that point.
Jeff Nadeau joining us. Jeff, kind of putting you on the spot here, but you've done your research. You know about the team, so I feel safe asking you. We talked to a writer from the Winston-Salem Journal a couple weeks ago, Ethan Joyce. He said App State's and I don't know if it's like the coach's goal, the player's goal, or the fans' goal, but he said their goal is to beat the Group of 5 team, to beat ECU, to beat Miami next week, to beat a bunch of good teams in the Sun Belt and be the Group of 5 team standing at the end of the year. With all that being said, Cincinnati, the highest G5 team ranked. You've got Louisiana Coastal there. Maybe Gus at UCF can put together a special year. Who's your favorite? Give me a couple, Jeff. Your favorite G5 teams in 2021.
A team that I continue to really talk about is Boise State. I know a lot of people are going to zoom in on the fact that they have a new coach, but I've heard some really terrific things coming out of, obviously I know with Andy Avalos, I'm going to get, I think, a good defensive effort. If you know anything about him, he's a defensive-first guy. And a lot of people said, is the offense going to take a little bit of a hit? I wouldn't think so. They brought in a new offensive coordinator, a guy that was at UC Davis. He made a comment that they're not going to start looking at the scoreboard until they hit 50. So this is an offense that I think is going to obviously hum, as we know they will. I don't really have to tell you about how good they're going to be on that end, but defensively, this is a team that I think really has a lot to look forward to. I know Avalos is someone that I like. I think they're really good. Obviously, Cincinnati's going to be a tough team. With how good they are on the defensive end, this is a top 10 defensive team. It's really, can Desmond Ridder kind of have his swan song that, not Joe Burrow, no one's going to be that, but a type of year where he can truly put them on his back and be that guy, because he has slowly, as you know, gotten better over his course of 4 seasons. They obviously have a great defense. He's not going to have to be, 400 yards passing every week. But, yeah, for me, I like Boise. I like, obviously, Cincinnati. Look, App State, I think Louisiana, obviously down in that conference. This App State team, if Chase Bryce can be what I think we thought he'd be, App State's going to be an offense that he's going to score a lot of points in, because he was at Clemson, he was at better schools. Coming down App State's obviously going to be a tick down. He should dominate the competition.
Jeff, ton of games coming up on this Thursday night. What do you have your eyeballs on?
Yeah, one that I'll kind of go right back to what I just was saying. I played Boise State's team total over 29.5. I really feel like Clip, this is first to like 35 wins, maybe first to 40. I think both these offenses are going to be up and down. You have to really wonder, Clip, what this UCF defense is going to be. This is a group that gave up almost 300 yards passing per game last year, 120th in the country, and that was with Richie Grant, as you know. This is a dreadful team nationally last year. I don't think it's going to be much better this year. I think Boise's going to have some real success moving the football vertically. We know, if you like the over in this game, Dylan Gabriel likes to attack downfield, but I'm really just wanting to highlight Boise because I like this offense. Another one I played is Western Kentucky. I'm 22 with them against Tennessee Martin.
Who's the quarterback they got this year, Jeff?
Yeah, Bailey Zapp, who I talked about last year at Houston Baptist. He comes over to a Division I team, and he brings over his offensive coordinator, Clip, his top 3 pass catchers. This offense is going to be really good, and that's a defense that actually was pretty damn good last year for a team that only won 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, you've mentioned the Hilltoppers quite a bit. Disappointing last year, but kind of a new look, especially on the offensive side. Jeff, let me ask you about a headliner, and then we'll see if you have any other games you like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. But Clemson, Georgia. Sometimes you kind of go away from the obvious, the big games, but if you had a play in this game, like what is the separating point between Clemson and Georgia, if there is one?
I'm not sure. I would think that it's such a coin flip, man, and that's why for me, like if I'm getting 3.5 with Georgia, I would probably be interested. I don't think it's a bettable game personally. I think obviously neutrals and the people that love college football will love a game like this, but I got to be frank, it's just not something I'm really looking at heavily. Yeah. I don't think when it's all said and done, this game isn't going to hurt a team if they lose it with these two. So, I think for me, I think the driving difference would be the fact that I'm getting points with one and not the other. This now is down to 2.5, so you're even losing. I think if you can get 3.5, I would again lean dog, but I don't know if there is any differing factors. I think Georgia's better defensively. I think the quarterbacks are both very good. I think it's going to be a hell of a game if you're a neutral fan.
All right, Western Kentucky tonight, Boise team total. Those are some Thursday nighters. What about anything else later on this weekend, Jeff, that you like?
Yeah, I mean, as people know, I've been banging the old Miss drum. That went from 8.5 to 10.5. I had 8.5. I'll keep talking about Purdue. I played this game already. I think Purdue is better than people are going to give them credit for. We kind of forget about Purdue just because of Wisconsin and Michigan and Ohio State and all these teams. But this Purdue team I'm pretty happy about. They're at home here in this first game. This is really more of a play for me as well against Oregon State. This is a team that I don't trust their quarterback play with Tristan Gebbia. They lost their best player last year in Jamar Jefferson offensively. He's really a driving point of their offense, the running back. At Purdue, I'm pretty excited about this defense. They have Brad Lambert, who was at Charlotte at one point, pretty good defensive coordinator. I like them there. I think offensively, they do lose Rondell Moore, but they have a good quarterback, one that I trust. I think they're really excited about. In that Jeff Brom offense, I kind of envision this like 33-20, something like that. I think Purdue at home here. I got it 6.5. It's up to 7.5, but I'm willing, really, as long as it stays below 9.5. I'm pretty interested in Purdue. I think they win by double digits.
Great stuff from the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau. You can hear him on 2 days here a week on Pirate Radio Live. He joins us on game days as well. And Jeff has been putting out some videos on YouTube, previewing some games. And anything else, Jeff, you got going on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously the plan is next week, Clip. I'm going to create some Patreon content. I've got a lot coming, so we're just going to kind of put all we have into content, putting out quality information with guests and good people that I like, and maybe we'll get you on at some point. Maybe I can interview you sometime. Would be great.
Turn the tables.
Opinion. I would love to get your opinion occasionally on ECU athletics. So,
right.
Yeah, we got a lot planned, but free content this week on my Twitter.
Big man, enjoyed it. Have fun tonight, man. Enjoy the football. I know you will.
Go ECU. Looking forward to it. Hope you guys get some success down there tonight.
Yes, sir. Hopefully we'll have a positive fifth quarter after the game. That's Jeff Nadeau, the big man on campus. Give him a follow at Jeff NADU. Drop him a question, comment. He'll be happy to answer. And also, he'll be talking a lot of college basketball coming up soon. I know it's week 1 of college football, but he knows more about college basketball than anyone else I know. So, big man fired up for the start of the 2021 college football season. East Carolina and App State, we are less than 2 hours away from kicking things off. And, man, I got to say, I'm looking through Twitter right now. Stephen Igo I tell you what, Chandler, your football team plays in a beautiful stadium. Bank of America Stadium, aesthetically pleasing, both inside and outside.
I agree. And the game days in Uptown Charlotte are like no other. The skyline in the background as you're grilling or visiting the doghouse down there. It's an awesome game day experience there in Charlotte for Panthers games, and hopefully it's a great experience for those Pirate fans that are invading Uptown Charlotte today.
How about this for a role reversal real quick? Former ECU baseball announcer Corey Glore. Hello? One of my favorite parts of his broadcast would when people would chime in and say where they're listening from, and Corey would say, hello.
Billy's in
Chicago. Fountain listening. Corey Glore has us live he's in Birmingham, Alabama. Corey getting ready to call Alabama. Call a football game in Norman, Oklahoma, coming up on Saturday. Unfortunately, that game moved from New Orleans to Norman due to the storm, but Tulane in Oklahoma. Corey, we are very happy to have you tune in, and even more happy that you're safe following the storms down there. I know you, Todd Graffinini, and also Steve Ullman, who left ECU, did a great job with the graphics at East Carolina. He went to Tulane. Everybody's safe and sound there, so that is good to know. What I was saying, though, Igo just put up a beautiful picture of Bank of America Stadium. That turf looking good, too, Chan, man.
Yeah.
That new turf at there in Charlotte. Ben put up a picture of just a bunch of people under some tents tailgating with wearing purple, and it's just like it's a lovely sight. Football's back. It's like a reunion when you go back to Dowdy Ficklin Stadium and you see the people sitting in the section next to you, the row below you, the parking lot beside you, the tailgate tent. Like, it's just a great feeling.
One of the most vivid memories I have of growing up, coming to Greenville to football games as a little kid, is driving up to Elmhurst parking lot and just seeing the sea of ECU tents And, man, just looking at that picture right there and seeing a few there just really brings back some sense of normalcy as we kick off the season today. But, I hope the Pirate fans are having a good time there. I hope they raise some hell there in CLT and the Pirates can get a win over App State to kick off the season.
All right, let's take a break. Bob asking, is the game televised? The game will be on ESPN-U. The U. It's all about the U.
The U.
You can watch it tonight at 7:30, and make sure you tune in after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Myself, Billy Weaver, taking your calls. Shirley Rhodes answering the phones. And Chan Man will be here providing the video production and also chiming in as well.
Absolutely.
After the game tonight. So we are looking forward to that. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. More to go. Hour 3 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate rolls on after this.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Relax. Take a load off. You've earned it. This Labor Day at Bostic Sub Furniture, you don't have to work hard to save on all the comforts of home. Come in during our Labor Day sale and shop huge in-stock savings on the best seats in the house. Plus, for a limited time, with any recliner, get a free stainless steel insulated tumbler with the always guaranteed lowest price, local delivery for just $20.21 and the best brands. This is the Labor Day sale you don't want to miss. Right now at Bostic Sub Furniture.
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Bram Anderson from Tiebreakers, and we are excited to announce that we will be opening our second location in Winterville soon. Right now, our growing company is hiring team members for all positions for both locations. We need managers, bartenders, servers, cooks, and dishwashers. If you're looking for an opportunity to be on a fun and exciting restaurant team, then come see us today. Apply in person at Tiebreakers at Bells Fork. Check us out at tiebreakersnc.com.
If you are push mowing your yard using an inefficient lawn tractor, or your current zero-turn spends more time in the shop than mowing your grass, it's time you look at a Hustler zero-turn lawnmower. Residential mowers from Hustler are built like tanks and drive like sports cars. All Hustler mowers have fabricated, welded steel decks. Don't settle on cheap units with flimsy stamped decks from big box stores. Come see Ron Ayers Motorsports. It will guide you to the right mower for your property and your budget. Find us at Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11 north of the airport in Greenville.
Sawyer's Fun Park is now open in Greenville. This state-of-the-art 40,000 square foot facility features a 2-story LED interactive laser tag, a one-of-a-kind 2-story ninja course, a ropes course with a 180-degree zip line, and it's only one of 5 in the country that are indoors. Multiple climbing walls, a super cool arcade with 40-plus games, and a brand-new full-service cafe and bar for adults. Visit the brand-new Sawyer's Fun Park, now open, located right behind ARU on Corey Road, Greenville.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Pirate Radio.
You know, I think this is a pretty blue-collar, tough, hard-nosed fan base, and that's where our teams are going to be.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, taking a look at your schedule, not only do you have college football in action, you've also got area high school football getting underway coming up tonight. Taking a look at some of the games on the slate. CB Aycock is at North Lenoir. Beddingfield will host Green Central. Southwest Edgecombe will take on Hunt tonight. And North Pitt will host Southeast Halifax. In Major League Baseball, one game currently right now in the 8th inning is the Brewers and the Giants tied at 1 apiece. The Phillies beat the Nationals earlier today 7-6, and the A's defeated the Tigers 8-6. And I'm currently keeping an eye on the Memphis Redbirds. Alec Burleson in action tonight in AAA minor league baseball. Alec has had one appearance at the plate, had a ground out. No score as of yet between the Redbirds and the Gwinnett Braves. So that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule at the Buccaneer Music Hall. See ya at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Barag.
The Buck.
Thank you, gentlemen.
That was great, Chandler, but let's have a production meeting on the air. So I'm going to say it, and then you repeat it. I say, duh, Buck, and then you go, duh, Buck. You know what I'm saying?
Got you.
But that was good simultaneously.
Yes.
Saying it like that. Duh, Buck.
Duh, Buck.
That's perfect. I'm having fun. How about you guys?
I'm having a blast.
Really?
What? So what did you say, Shirley?
I said I'm having a ball.
And you said I'm having a blast.
Yeah.
And it sounded really strange. I'm having a blast.
A blast.
This is legit fun. I have a smile on my face. Also, I love seeing messages like this on Facebook Live. People chiming in. Rich says, Clip, I'm taking WWE ref Charles Robinson to his first ECU football game.
Nice.
Now, do you know who Charles Robinson is?
No.
He is Little Nate. He's that guy.
Oh!
So, yeah, everybody has seen this guy on TV before. And Rich in the past has told me, like, via Twitter, I don't know him personally, but we've messaged before, like, he's buddies with Little Nate, Charles Robinson.
That's awesome.
And we'll be hanging, like, if I was at Bank of America Stadium as a Pirate fan, wearing my purple and gold, cheering on the Pirates, and saw Little Nate, I would definitely bug him for a picture.
Yeah.
Be like, can I get a selfie? Can you chop me? Can you, like, count to 3 on me? Something. That is really cool. So be on the lookout for Little Nate tonight, Charles Robinson at Bank of America Stadium. We're going to keep this segment tight because we got to get to Jeff Charles at 6 o'clock. He is on a tight schedule. So we'll visit with the voice coming up at 6 o'clock. Got Ronnie Woodward around 6:15. Coming up at 6:30, we'll hear from Adam Whitten, talk defense special teams from an App State perspective. At around 6:45, we will talk to Brian North. We got Blake Harrell still to come. We got our fantasy picks, predictions, all that later on in the show. And continue to chime in with your predictions with the game tonight. Demetrius says, are y'all going to show the game on here? I think that would be illegal.
Very much so.
So
very illegal. It's very, very illegal.
Unfortunately. Now, if we do stay here and watch the game in the studio, we could always pop on the Facebook Live feed.
We could.
And show our reactions.
We could.
But we cannot show the game itself because I'm pretty sure ESPN would have Pirate Radio shut down by the weekend.
It's all illegal. It's all illegal.
Hey, Dino, can we show?
Here's what you're going to do. You're going to turn on ESPNU at 7:30.
Yeah.
You're going to watch the Pirates beat down on the Mountaineers.
And then you're going to pay me.
Until I'm 66 in September 2022.
Yes.
That is
not this year, but next year.
That is a reference to earlier in the week, our Dino Gaudio, Chris Mack audio from earlier in the week. All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back. We'll reset. Jeff Charles, live from the Queen City, will join us when we return as we roll on Hour 3 of Pirate Radio Live with Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Damn it.
Twice.
I got it. Look, it's week 1.
Week 1.
Working out the kinks.
Yep.
Or is it week 0?
We are in week 1.
Okay, just checking.
Luckily, we have bypassed that crappy week 0. But I am still in week 0 form. I got to do better. We got to do better. and we will do better when we return after this.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-style restaurant and bourbon bar. Join us at the Rick House for mouth-watering steaks and made-from-scratch pastas. Check out the 16-ounce cowboy steak and our seafood delight pasta. The Rick House is open for lunch daily from 11 to 2, Monday through Friday. Take a break from your workday with lunch at the Rick House. Join us for our legendary brunch on Sundays from 10 to 2. The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates and ENC. Open 7 days a week. Plus, the Buck has live music every night, along with football. The Buck has a brand new 15-foot 4K screen, the only one in Greenville, and over 18 big screens with all your college and pro action. Sunday Fun Day will also be stocked with the biggest Bloody Mary and Mimosa bar, along with the NFL Sunday Ticket and food trucks out back. Check out the Buccaneer Music Hall. Open every day, noon until 2 a.m., with live music every night, and now football and food trucks during the day. BMS Builders is your premier custom builder in Eastern North Carolina. With Blackwood and Mills Creek in Greenville, Dalton's Cove in Farmville, and Belmar and Ayden, these are just a few of the developments featuring BMS Builders homes. They can build the home of your dreams. Just ask Dr. Dennis Ross in Greenville or East Carolina football coach Mike Houston. They built their homes, and they can build yours as well. BMS Builders. Give them a call at 916-1578 for BMS Builders. Hey, this is Troy D., proud ECU grad from the class of 94. And if you know me, you know I love the 90s here at ECU. It was some of our glory days, including bowl games, the Peach Bowl, and even a March Madness appearance. Relive those days with my friends from Tailgate Classics. Tailgate Classics is a cool retro store with all types of merchandise, including the 90s ECU vintage tees and hats. Check out Tailgate Classics in person, 304 Evans Street, or online at shoptailgateclassics.com. Tailgate Classics, bringing back the throwbacks. UBE is excited to offer the Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgating supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town and is your one-stop shop for all things ECU. Daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, Under Armour, and a fresh new ladies selection. And the young Pirates can plunder in the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU in the nation. Plenty of free parking, and you can visit online at pirateware.com. They're geared up and ready to see you for football this season. Go Pirates!
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza, homemade lemonade.
Hey, Pirate Nation, Warren's Hot Dogs, 2 locations are open for business in Greenville and Chocowinity. Both locations have drive-through windows, so stop by today for hot dogs, pizzas, subs, apple and peach turnovers, homemade lemonade, and breakfast in Chocowinity, featuring homemade cheese, ham, and chicken biscuits, plus sausage dogs and more. Warren's in Greenville, across from Ron Ayers Motorsports, and in Chocowinity, next to the fire department. Warren's Hot Dogs. Want some? Get some.
Hi, this is Phil Steele of Phil Steele's College Football Preview Magazine, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook and Instagram at PR927FM. On Twitter, it's at FreePR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, if you see the smile on my face, it's because I just got a tweet from at WWE Robinson.
Nice!
No
That
way.
says, thanks for the shout out. Woo! Go ECU Pirates football.
Nice!
Awesome.
Well done!
Little Nate.
Go Pirates.
Man, that just made my day. That is awesome. You know what? Don't bother Charles Robinson tonight at Bank of America. I don't want everybody going up to him. Now I feel bad. Everybody's going to be like, hey, Charles, let me get a pick. That is really cool. We got little Nate, tuned into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
We should get him as a guest one day.
I've been
That'd
trying
be
to
great.
set that up with Rich, but
Well, he's listening. Maybe he'll take the offer.
Hey, Chuck.
Listen, Chuck.
Now that we're friends, now that we're boys, come on the show sometime. That's really cool. Jeff Charles, speaking of wrestling, he knows a thing or two about wrestling. How about that, Jeff? You know the name Charles Robinson? They call him Little Nate. Kind of looks like he would be a family member of Ric Flair, the longtime WWE official. We got him tuned in to the pregame show today.
Yeah, how about that? How'd you guys work that out?
He's, a Pirate fan and a Pirate Radio listener, Rich, is buddies with him, and Rich said he was taking Charles to his first ECU game tonight, and I guess Charles was tuned in when we talked about it, and he just sent me a message. So we got you never know who's listening to you, right, Jeff?
That's exactly right. We'll be on the lookout for that blonde hair and Charles Robinson here in the stadium tonight, Cliff.
Yes, sir. Jeff, that's question of the day. Been asking all my guests, and I'll ask you, what one player are you keeping an eye on tonight that needs to play well for the Pirates to have success? So far, Billy Weaver went with Rajay Harris. Stephen Igo said Xavier Smith. Brian Bailey took the low-hanging fruit and went with Holton Ahlers. So, Jeff, they're off the board. What other player for the Pirates needs to play well tonight, in your opinion, for the ECU to win this football game?
Well, since they are all taking the headliners, I will take C.J. Johnson.
C.J.
can get deep and make some big plays and burn that Appalachian State secondary, score a couple of touchdowns tonight. How's that?
I like it, Jeff, and I'm interested to see how App does this defensively. Do they, does ECU sell out on the defensive side and try to stop App State run? And what about Appalachian State? Do they try to stop Harrison Mitchell, maybe leaving some one-on-one matchups on the outside? How do you think App State's going to play defensively tonight?
Well, I think most defenses, Clip, depending on what game it is or who the defense is, but I think most of them go into every game saying we got to stop the run. I know that's what the Pirates obviously feel going into this game. We've talked about it now for a couple of weeks. East Carolina knows what Appalachian's going to do. They're going to come out here tonight and try and slam it down the Pirates' throats, and they know they've got to stop the run. And that's where it always starts on defense. So I would think Appalachian State, they know East Carolina's got a couple of good backs too, and Harris and Mitchell. And I would think that they think the same thing, that we've got to go out and stop the run and force Holton Ahlers to throw, and Pirate defense would like to force Chase Bryce to throw the ball here tonight.
That is the plan, I think, heading in, because you've got, and Jeff, I don't know if we mentioned that, we might have mentioned this with you, Rick DeBrew going to be out the first half tonight due to a targeting penalty in the SMU game, and that is a big loss for the Pirates up front for the first half. Now, I guess the positive spin on that is he'll be fresh and ready to go for half number 2, but you're going to have to make up a lot of ground there with Rick DeBrew out the first 30 minutes.
I talked about that with defensive coordinator Blake Harrell earlier this week, Cliff, and he told me that Rick is the best defensive lineman on this football team. So they have lost their best defensive lineman. Now, he's not the biggest guy in the world. He's 6'2", 258. He's certainly not a little guy, but he is extremely strong, and he's built like The Rock. So they're going to really miss him in the first half. They need to get him back out there on the field in the second half, and I think that is going to be a key to this game like it usually is, Cliff. But I think even more this game, looking forward to seeing how the Pirates match up in the trenches, because as you know, we have heard throughout the spring, the summer, and into fall camp that East Carolina is better in the trenches on both sides of the ball, the offensive line and also the defensive line. So it's time to show that on the field in a game here tonight. Appalachian State's not as big as some other teams ECU is going to play this year. And I think if the Pirates are actually better in the trenches, we'll find that out tonight. If they struggle up front on both sides of the ball, then that's not a good omen for the rest of the season.
Jeff, about an hour and a half away from kickoff. I guess it's a tad cooler maybe than we anticipated this day would be heading into the season. What's it feel like there in Charlotte?
It is absolutely gorgeous in Charlotte, Cliff, and it's a lot cooler than what we expected. As you know, just a couple of days ago, that heat was incredible. We were, 94, 95, and over 100 in the heat index. And that was my worst fear coming over here, that it was going to be really, really hot. But I'll tell you what, it is gorgeous. Reminds me of my northern Michigan days in the summer. It feels like a northern Michigan day here tonight. Very little humidity, nice cool breeze blowing. I mean, when you look at the weather, it is just ideal. It could not be any better for this game. And a few people now are starting to filter in
The turf looks great. It has Appalachian State in both end zones because this is their, quote, home game. And I know we haven't talked a lot about this as well, but it is the Duke's Mayo Classic for Duke's Mayonnaise, and they've got Duke's Mayo signs up all over the stadium here tonight as well, Cliff. But I'll tell you what, the weather is absolutely gorgeous, and as I look upstairs here out of the press box, it's a bright blue North Carolina sky. I always say eastern North Carolina sky, but it's a bright blue, beautiful Carolina sky here tonight. So neither team can complain about the weather. It is gorgeous.
Chandler, we asked everybody all week. I don't think we asked Jeff. Let's do it now. Jeff, are you a mayonnaise guy? You a mayonnaise fan?
Not too much. Just a little bit. But
okay. Hold the mayo on Jeff's sandwich. How about that? Jeff, usually don't give out a score prediction, but what are you feeling about tonight's game as far as high scoring, low scoring? If you had to predict one way or the other, are we going to see a tight defensive battle? Do you think it gets opened up a little bit with the offenses? What do you think about that?
Cliff, I'm thinking about the game being around 30 points for the winner and about 21-24 for the loser.
Okay.
I think that's going to be the kind of game we're going to see here this evening. This Appalachian State defense is good. I mean, they can really run around. They've got big guys up front who can knock you back, and they really have a lot of experience in the secondary and the linebacking core, and they've got 2 or 3 really good players over there that are all Sun Belt players. Don't be too surprised if the Pirates come out. There's a number of 3 downs and out before they figure out what exactly that they're doing. And then on the same, flip the coin on the same side, I think East Carolina's got to do a good job defensively against these guys, and I think it's going to be hard to stop that running game here tonight. Now, they might sell out and gang up on Peoples and Noel and those guys and make them throw the ball, and I think that's the game plan. If they do, then I think this defense can be successful, but I think there's going to be some scoring in this game. I don't think it's going to be crazy, but I do think we're going to see something like a 31-24 kind of game.
Voice, have a great call with Kevin Monroe, Marty Fuhrer, and the crew there on the Pirates IMG Sports Network. We'll talk to you next week on Pirate Radio Live, and entering another year of football. And we talked to a lot of people, Jeff. They say this is the most excited they've been for an opener in a long time. I know you and the guys are ready to roll tonight.
Yeah, we really are, Cliff. We're excited about the start of another season. It was fun driving down to Charlotte today and coming over on 40 and then getting on 85 and seeing a lot of Pirate flags and cars with flags and signs on them coming into town as we drove downtown here through the traffic, which is always a bear coming into Charlotte. I mean, we saw a lot of Pirate fans. As I'm looking out in the stands now, I see quite a bit of purple, but I'll tell you what, there's a lot of gold here for Appalachian State as well. And it was good to see the fan bases interact with each other as coming down near the stadium. A lot of the tailgate tents were up, and you'd see an Appalachian State tent, and you'd see some ECU people over there with the App people, and vice versa. You'd see the Pirate tents up and some Appalachian people there. And I just think this is such a good game for both schools, a good game for the state of North Carolina. And talking to the Appalachian State people, Clip, I mean, there's a lot more interest for them in playing ECU than them playing Louisiana Monroe in their conference, and a lot more interest, I think, for ECU people in the Pirates playing Appalachian State rather than playing Tulsa. So I just think it's a good game, and there are more games in the future coming up. App's going to come to Greenville a couple of times, and the Pirates are going to go to Boone, and I think these are really good games to play.
I'm with you, Jeff. I like this matchup, and hopefully we see a good one tonight at 7:30. Jeff Charles will be on the call. Voice, once again, have a great call tonight, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you, Cliff. We're ready to go. Have a good one.
All right, Voice. There he is, Jeff Charles, fired up, ready to go. And talk to him, gosh, it's Thursday. We just talked to him yesterday on Pirate Radio Live, but about how there's so much going on in the world, but really in the world of sports, in the world of college football, that's not fun to follow, like the realignment, the NIL stuff, the transfer portal, all of that. But you still get excited about the games, and that's what Jeff and I talked about yesterday, that once kickoff happens, it's still football, and it's still a lot of fun, and brings us all joy, brings us all pain, but either way, brings out emotions in us, and I'm excited that it's back. All right, we'll take a timeout. Do you have anything, Chandler? No. All right, you're good. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back. Ronnie Woodward joins us live from the Queen City. Let me write down the Jeff Charles player to watch tonight. was C.J. Johnson. So Ronnie Woodward will have to pick his player that will make an impact tonight if ECU wants to win. When we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, we are wrapping up hour number 2, heading into hour number 3. Sorry, we are wrapping up hour number 3, heading into hour number 4 when we return after this.
Hello folks, this is Jamie Lane with Carolina Hardscapes and Mulch. We believe that making memories with your family and friends is what life is all about. If you have a dream of having a backyard patio, fireplace, pool, walkways, fire pits, or more, then Carolina Hardscapes is the place to call at 364-1201. You can stop by our outdoor showroom on Fire Tower Road across from Bostic Sugg Furniture. At Carolina Hardscapes, we look forward to making your backyard the place to be. Find us on the web at carolinahardscapesandmulch.com.
When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every shakaroni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
Hey, Pirate fans, the Shakaroni Pizza is back, and only for $13. Plus $1 from every purchase goes to charity. The Shakaroni is an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, the official pizza of the ECU Pirates.
Tired and sluggish? Down in the dumps? Or just have the blahs? Maybe you need to hydrate. Revive Health and Wellness on East 10th Street in Greenville offers IV hydration that can help you with lack of energy, improve your mood, assist with immunity, even fix a hangover. Locally owned and operated, the team at Revive Health and Wellness are experienced and licensed registered nurses that will assist you in preparing for your IV session. Call or text today with questions or to set an appointment with Revive Health and Wellness. 252-350-1805. That's 252-350-1805.
Mercer Glass is clearly different.
Hi, this is Todd Mitchum with Mercer Glass, Eastern North Carolina's most complete glass company. Mercer Glass specializes in windows, shower doors, auto glass, and mirrors. We can install or repair almost anything made of glass in your home or business. So give us a call at Mercer Glass. That's 752-5101. That's 752-5101.
North Carolina State Parks is proud to announce that they have partnered with the Hometown Strong program. Our visitor centers are now equipped with public Wi-Fi to help kids with school. Remote learning has become a critical public health measure in maintaining social distance and continuing to educate our young people. Take advantage of Wi-Fi and a hike at Goose Creek State Park or a day trip to the beach and access remote learning at Fort Macon State Park. For more information, visit hometownstrong.nc.gov.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it!
The voice of the Pirate Nation. Listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
Would help if my microphone was working. Okay, there we go. All right, coming up at 7 o'clock tonight in less than, 40 minutes. It'll be Boise State and UCF kicking off, as well as number 22 Coastal Carolina as they are hosting the Citadel. Another 7:30 kickoff will be South Florida at NC State. Weber State will be at number 24 Utah. That is a 7:30 kickoff as well. Coming up tonight at 8 o'clock, Tennessee will host Bowling Green. And number 4, Ohio State will be at Minnesota. Temple and Rutgers, by the way, that game is sold out, but that game has been postponed. It's been pushed back to Saturday due to the inclement weather with the remnants of Hurricane Ida in the northeast, which is basically absolutely soaking that area. So that game will be moved to Saturday. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. The Buccaneer Music Hall is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule at the Buccaneer Music Hall. See ya at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Da Buck.
Da Buck.
That is perfect. That went very, very well. Thank you, Chandler. Thank you, Shirley.
You're welcome.
All right, we're trying to hook up live with Ronnie Woodward from the Daily Reflector. Hopefully he can join us next segment. But right now we'll hear more from the play-by-play voice of the Appalachian State Mountaineers. He is Adam Whitten. We talked offense with Adam earlier in the show. Let's talk some defense and special teams now. And Adam, we heard from Donnie Kirkpatrick, ECU offensive coordinator, earlier in the week. He was asked about Demetrius Taylor, and his response was, well, they got a lot of good guys up front. So when we see App State on defense tonight, will we notice Demetrius Taylor setting himself apart from every other player on the field, or is the entire front line that good? How do you describe Taylor in that D line?
Yeah, Taylor is certainly the most explosive player on the defensive line, but the key for App defensively is because they are so predicated on speed and movement on the defensive line that they really have to go 3 deep at every position on that front 3. So Taylor will be in there, and he'll certainly make an impact, but he's not going to be in there every snap on defense. They're going to rotate guys in. On the other side, Caleb Sperlin is a super senior who is, you wouldn't look at him and see what he weighs and his height and say, wow, he's a defensive lineman, but he's a former state champion wrestler in high school, and so he's so good with his leverage and his fundamentals that he ends up being a really good defensive lineman as a result. And so keep an eye out for him. Jordan Earl in the middle is his job is to clog things up and let the linebackers get free to do their thing on the second level of the App State defense. Then behind them, you got guys like Tommy Dawkins, DeAndre Dingle Prince, who will come in there and also make an impact. So it's not just going to be Demetrius Taylor. He's certainly the most talented and the guy who is most likely to make some of those chaos plays, but ultimately, it could be several guys at that position.
Pirates have an explosive receiver in the slot in Tyler Snead. ECU's leading receiver coming back. C.J. Johnson primed for a big year as well on the outside. How about the secondary for Appalachian State, Adam, and how they match up with this Pirate receiving corps?
I think in the secondary, that's one of the biggest questions that we'll have to see what happens with App State on the back end. They returned 10 starters on the defensive side, but the one loss was the guy who got drafted in the 5th round by the Green Bay Packers, and that was Shamar Jean-Charles. He was an outstanding cornerback. He led the nation in pass breakups a year ago, and so he's gone. They've got to fill his spot, but I think they'll do so appropriately with Stephen Jones, he wears number 6. He's good enough to start at a lot of programs at this level, but was always playing behind super talented corners, and now he gets his shot to shine in the secondary. On the other side, Sean Jolly wears number 3. He was an All-American 2 years ago, and then last year they stopped throwing to him, and that's why Shamar Jean-Charles got so much activity. So Sean Jolly didn't even get an interception after 5 in his sophomore year, including 2 pick-sixes. He's back to be kind of the anchor of that secondary. In the back end, Nick Ross, Ryan Huff, experienced guys that just continue to get better at the safety position. Then they got a couple of transfers that will work their way into the mix. Madison Cone from Wisconsin as a transfer is the one that stands out. He could also make an impact in those packages where they're going with more than 4 defensive backs.
Adam, let's talk about special teams. East Carolina, a talented returner in Tyler Snead, experienced at the punter position, and we'll have a new kicker for ECU as Jake Verity has now moved on to the NFL for East Carolina. How about on the App State side? What is the special team situation heading into this opener?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of super seniors back at some of the specialist positions as well, with the punter Xavier Sabach, very steady left-footed punter who was named one of the team captains earlier this month or last month. Chandler Staten, he's been battling with a true freshman in Michael Hughes that was recruited out of Charleston, West Virginia. Those two have had a pretty good battle at the place kicker position. I think Chandler Staten will get the edge. He's actually the Sun Belt's all-time leading scorer. So they've got experience at punter, experience at place kicker. In kick returns, you'll most likely see Jalen Virgil, number 11. I mentioned him with the offense. He had a huge kick return late in the season in the last regular season game against Georgia Southern that really kind of turned the tide of that game. So he's a weapon in the return game. And Thomas Hennigan, much like Tyler Snead, he's got a chance to make some plays in the punt return game. Last time App played a game here in Charlotte, it was 2018 against the 49ers, and Thomas Hennigan returned a punt for a touchdown in that game. So a lot of experience, all super seniors making an impact in the key special teams positions. And, I think between that and what Tyler Snead can do for ECU, I think we could see a game-breaking type play in special teams tonight.
Yeah, that's exciting. Adam, when you look at these two teams and this matchup and some unknowns, but with the extra year, we know a lot of these players on both sides, so you kind of know what your team's going to look like tonight. What kind of game are you expecting, Adam? Low-scoring, high-scoring, tight game? Does it get away? What's your feel on this game tonight?
It's a tough one to read because I think it'll be more low scoring, and by low scoring, I mean both teams could still score in the 20s. But I think the reason I go with low scoring is just the way App's defense has played so consistently over the years. I think ECU's got a lot of weapons on offense, but if they can do some things to disrupt Holt Naylor's back in the pocket and maybe cause some turnovers or some errant throws, maybe get some hits on them at times, then the defense can do what it wants to do. But, they only gave up 20 points a year ago. They've been one of the tops in the nation year after year in terms of scoring defense. Whether App can score enough points on its side of the ball to make this, in their favor, we'll have to wait and see. But I think for me, I just have a hard time seeing App's defense giving up a lot of points just because it's not something they do very often. That's not a knock against ECU. That's just what they do consistently against everybody is they don't give up a lot of points, and then App State on offense is content to play more of a ball control style if that's the way they need to do it so that they keep the defense fresh, keep ECU's defense on the field, and really use the running game to their advantage.
Adam Whitten, voice of the Appalachian State Mountaineers, joining us on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Adam, thank you so much for your time on a game day. Have a great call tonight, and we'll certainly talk to you again down the road.
You got it. Enjoy the game, guys.
Thank you, Adam. There's Adam Whitten, voice of the Mountaineers, breaking down the defense and special teams. And I've already locked in ECU plus 10. I'm trying to finalize the score for this game. And we'll have our predictions, our fantasy picks, and also coming up in hour number 4 of the show, Ronnie Woodward set to join us when we return. We'll talk to Brian North. We'll hear from ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. And we've already received dozens of your predictions, but if you have not chimed in yet and you'd like to, check us out on Facebook Live, Twitter, YouTube, and give us your score of tonight's game between the Pirates and the Mountaineers. We'll take a timeout, come back. The final hour, the final countdown to kickoff is on the way on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We're back after this.
In studio today with Tony Edwards from AG Home Solutions. And Tony, you love to help people remodel spaces or even do new construction.
We do, and we also can help people find financing when they want to do projects like this. And so we partner with folks like Joey Barrow with Annie Mac Mortgage.
And Joey's in studio with us as well. And Joey, people have a lot of financing questions to be able to help reach the home of their dreams, whether it's remodel or new construction.
No matter how large or small the project may be, we have options for you. Even if you have credit concerns, we provide guidance to help you get the home of your dream or turn the home that you currently have into the home of your dream.
Joey, how can folks get up with you?
You can call us today at 917-8400, or you can go to our website at greenville.annie-mac.com.
And Tony, what about if people have renovation questions? How can they get up with AG Home Solutions?
You can contact us at 947-2526 or check out our website at aghomesolutions.com.
Thanks again to Tony Edwards from AG Home Solutions and Joey Barrow from Annie Mac Mortgage joining us today.
Guess what, Greenville? Calzones are back. Community Calzone is the only restaurant in town specializing in calzones. Choose from over 50 different calzones, or you design your own with unlimited options, including vegetarian. Community Calzone also features wings, huge salads, and more. Plus, they deliver to almost everywhere in Pitt County. Located on Greenville Boulevard next to Ashley Furniture Warehouse, they're open for lunch, dinner, and late night for dine-in, pickup, or delivery. It's Community Calzone.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with CopyPro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
Are you suffering from anxiety, sleep issues, or chronic pain? Have you heard of CBD? You can learn about the benefits of CBD right here in Greenville at the Hemp Garden. Hemp Garden offers a variety of products and solutions that are truly making a difference in our community. Hemp Garden also provides products that can assist with energy and focus. Have a pet? Come check out their selection of CBD pet products. Visit Hemp Garden to speak with a CBD specialist in a relaxed and welcoming environment today. Exclusive discounts are offered to first-time customers. Hemp Garden, located at 3040 South Evans Street in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville. Save lives, be a hero, and make $1,000 your very first month donating plasma at Grifols Biomat USA. At Grifols, it adds up fast. New donors can earn up to $1,000 in your very first month. It's the easiest way to make extra money. Start now at Biomat USA, 505 South Memorial Drive, Greenville. Find your donor center at grifolsplasma.com. Make up to $1,000 in a month and save lives now at Grifols Biomat USA. A better donor experience and better pay.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday, 3 to 6 p.m. And, of course, you can watch the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter on game days as well. Just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio TV and click on that subscribe button. And as we head back into the Pirate Radio... Oh, no, I just did it. The Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
There it is.
Oh, my goodness. I made it all the way to hour 4.
That's not bad.
And dropped the ball.
Not bad.
But I was going to say, you were talking about Little Nate making an appearance in Bank of America Stadium.
Is he the biggest star in attendance tonight?
Well, I don't know. Harold Varner III is also in attendance. Brian Bailey just posted a video of him and ECU Athletics Director John Gilbert getting a picture with HV3. So he is in the house. And I think it's ECU Jungle.
Yeah.
Okay, he just tweeted out a picture just a few minutes ago of an area just outside of Bank of America Stadium.
Video.
Yeah, it was a video. And that place is packed.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fun atmosphere.
I've gotten to the point where I enjoy watching football, in my chair, kind of on a TV and nice AC. And I usually don't get jealous of people attending games. But that video by ECU Jungle made me a tad jealous that I'm not there, because that looked like a freaking blast.
I'm watching it right now, and they are up and down Mint Street there in Charlotte.
I'm glad he knew that.
Yeah, that's where they have their fan fest whenever they have for Panthers games. So it looks like a mixture of ECU fans and Appalachian State fans, but man, that atmosphere just looks unbelievable.
Looks like a real football atmosphere, which we have not seen since 2019. Let's go live to Bank of America Stadium and talk to Ronnie Woodward, who I believe is hanging on the Fixed NC live line. Ronnie, are you with us?
I am. I've made it.
Hello, Ronnie.
Me?
I got you, man. Loud and clear.
All right.
A couple of things we need to go over with Ronnie Woodward. Just got asked a question on YouTube. William throws out his 31-27 Pirates prediction, but also says, Clip, how important will it be to get off to a fast start today? So we'll address that with Ronnie Woodward. But first, Ronnie, I've asked every guest to pick a player who needs to play well for ECU to win this game. Now, you're joining us later in the show, so you cannot pick Rajay Harris, who was selected by Billy Weaver, Xavier Smith, who was picked by Igo, Holt Nailers by Brian Bailey, and C.J. Johnson from Jeff Charles. So Harris, Smith, Ahlers, Johnson off the board. Ronnie, who is a player on offense or defense that has to play well tonight for ECU to win this game?
Oh, man. My two choices you didn't pick, so I was waiting to eliminate one, and I couldn't.
All right, well, you got two choices there. Pick one.
I was trying to decide between DJ Ford and Tyler. I'll say DJ Ford. And I'll explain it because DJ Ford is a tangible thing that wasn't on ECU's defense last year. As much as we talk about, the second year of a coordinator, and there's this guy got bigger, and this guy got faster, and there's these improvements. DJ Ford was not on the defense last year, so he's an actual new player who's going to be a starter, and I think he needs to be one of the best players on the field for ECU to play really well, and I think against Chase Bryce, too, like I tweeted out the other day. I think a lot of this game comes down to how good is Chase Bryce. Is he the guy from Clemson a few years ago that helped them win some games when needed, or is he the guy at Duke last year that way, too turnover prone and threw too many interceptions?
Well,
so I think the secondary as a whole is part of that.
On that point, Ronnie, we need to make sure we figure out if Chase Bryce is the good or the bad. And I say that because if App State is just able to run the ball, we might not even know if Chase Bryce is the guy or not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, so they got to work hand in hand for sure. But I think ECU is gonna, like you said, they're gonna focus on stopping the run, which to me sets up Bryce with one-on-one opportunities against the corners, against the safeties. Where I could be off, but I think the Pirates are going to dare him to win the game, and not Cameron Peoples to win the game. If you're going against App State right now, you want to make Bryce do it and see what he has because you kind of know what the run game is. So I think ECU tries to load up and stop the run, and I think that puts some pressure on ECU's secondary and puts some pressure on Bryce to make some throws. So again, I think DJ Ford could be really good and a huge playmaker, a difference maker for this team. So I'll go a little bit of a wild card, and I'll go Ford.
All right.
He gets an interception in the second half. How about that?
All right, I like that. I asked Igo, would Ryan Jones have a catch? He says yes, he'll have a catch on the first drive. And I like Ronnie being specific with his DJ Ford INT in the second half. And this kind of takes us to William's question on YouTube. How important will a fast start be? And this could be like famous last words, but I think we want App State to have to throw the ball more than they run the ball. And if you get off to a good start, if you can get a lead in this game, maybe you'll make them get off schedule and throw more than they want to instead of relying on that run that gave them so much success a year ago. So, Ronnie, it's important every game. I mean, it's kind of obvious to say, but in this game in particular, with App State's style of play, maybe it's more important than any other week to get off to a good start for the Pirates tonight.
Yeah, and it's the first game, so that makes sense. You kind of want to start with some momentum. You look at the SMU game last year for ECU. Obviously, they got off to a tremendous start that really carried them the rest of the way in that game. So, and again, I think the quarterback play helps if you're ECU when you have the ball. You have Holt Nailers, a veteran guy who's been in a bunch of different situations and played in a bunch of games. So, yeah, I'm with you. And I think special teams, again, that's where the Tyler Snead thing comes into play. if Tyler Snead's able to get a good kick return or a punt return, that helps too. So the special teams is something to watch there. App State has a good kick returner as well. Virgil, I think Jalen Virgil, a receiver. So that's something to watch. I think the kick return game, especially in a first week type of game, can make a difference.
Adam Whitten, their play-by-play voice, pointed out not only their return guy, but also mentioned Tyler Snead by name too, Ronnie, and said he would not be shocked if we saw a big special teams play tonight. And we remember the season opener back in, 2008, when TJ Lee blocked the punt for a touchdown. So it's happened in that stadium before, and more and more people are bringing it up now, making me believe it could happen again tonight.
Lance Ray, how about that, by the way?
And that was against App State, right?
Against App State.
In a season opener.
Kick return, yeah.
All right.
So there's another one for you.
History could repeat itself. By the way, quick note, we were excited about some 7 o'clock kickoffs. Brett McMurphy just tweeted out, Boise State at UCF kickoff has been delayed until at least 7:30 because of lightning. So, dag on it. We're trying to get this week 1 Thursday night going, and one game already in a delay. The Pirates and the Mountaineers will kick off coming up at 7:30 on ESPNU. Ronnie Woodward is there covering the game. Ronnie, are you a score prediction guy? Will you give us a score?
I could.
Break one out for us.
I'm getting to the press box now, by the way. I'm in this ECU, above this ECU, like Pirate Club alumni maybe type of event.
Oh, yeah. More important question, by the way. I've seen a lot of Mayo pictures there. Are you a mayonnaise fan?
I'm not, but there's a ton. Can grab you like a whole box in the press box if you want.
Hey, I'm a Mayo fan, so is Chandler. If you could grab us a box, we wouldn't complain.
All right. You got it. I'll bring it next week.
All right. Hell yeah. Now we're talking. I need to tell everybody at the game to get one box.
Yeah.
And bring it back.
Nobody's wanting to bring mayo back to us, and next thing you know, we have like just a whole gallon bucket of
Let's go.
Duke's mayo.
We're gonna need it for Tony Collins if ECU loses too.
Yes.
If it explodes or like bursts in my bag,
Oh no.
on the car ride home.
Yeah.
So we'll see if I back up my promise.
All right. Leaning towards no. All right. What kind of game are you expecting tonight, Ronnie? What kind of point total are we looking at?
I think it's close, honestly. I really do. I mean, again, I think Chase Price is the wild card. I hate to keep harping on that, but if he's really good and can hit some deep plays, and App State can really mix the run and the pass well, I think it could be a long night for ECU. But again, I'm not sold on that personally. I think ECU can really do some things to put some pressure on him, and if they create some turnovers and then score some points, it would not surprise me at all if ECU won. So I don't know if I have a score, but yeah, I think it's a close game. And again, I think it's second half, which quarterback plays better. And if it were me, I would take Ehlers again in that scenario. So yeah, I'll go with that for now.
All right, Ronnie, good stuff, man. Ronnie Woodward from the Daily Reflector. He put out some great stuff leading up to kickoff that you can read within the next hour. Give him a follow on Twitter at RonnieW11, and he'll have post-game reports, interviews, all that as well. Ronnie, we will talk to you next week on Pirate Radio Live, man. Have a safe trip home and enjoy the game tonight.
That sounds good. Speaking of the Mint Street thing from earlier, there was a ton of App State fans when I was walking up.
Mm-hmm.
But now inside the stadium, I feel like I see a lot of purple and gold. So,
good.
I don't know. There's a lot of people for sure either way. But App State was definitely represented at the part, at least I was walking up. So that was interesting. Surprised me a little bit.
I don't really care what the split is. I just want people to be there to have an atmosphere, to have some noise. You know what I'm saying, Ronnie? That's awesome.
I think they're definitely here. I'm in the stadium in the press box now. There's a lot more outside, I think, than inside the stadium. But if they all make it in, I think it'll be a pretty good atmosphere.
Awesome. That sounds great. Thank you, Ronnie. Have a good one, man.
Thanks, guys.
Ronnie Woodward, Daily Reflector, joining us on the Fixed NC live line on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. And forgot to ask Ronnie about this, although the injury report, the orthopedic thieves injury report is pretty clear. The only one I can think of is Noah Henderson, who, will we see him tonight? He is not listed as a starter on the depth chart. The ECU depth chart from left to right at the O-line position goes Justin Chase at left tackle, Strother or Fry at guard, Jones or Holler at center, Sean Bailey at right guard, and then Bailey Malovic at right tackle. Noah Henderson listed as a backup left tackle. Now, he was a starter 2 years ago, missed all of last year due to injury, and I think they're trying to ease him in here in 2021. But ECU relatively healthy, I believe, heading into this football game.
And I will take it. The only thing that they need is Rick DeBrew in the second half.
I mean,
we're not going to have him in the first half.
He's a pretty rocked up guy, Shirley.
Yeah, of course he's a rocked up guy.
As we've learned, and we're going to have to find another rocked up guy to put in to replace the rocked up guy.
Rick DeBrew is a pretty rocked up guy.
I think Elijah Morris is a pretty rocked up guy, too.
Is he a rocked up guy? He was fun to talk to. Elijah Morris said... He admitted it takes a big man to admit something, doesn't it?
A big man.
He said it's going to be a little nervous when he goes out there in an NFL stadium with fans. Because think about it. I mean, he came out of nowhere last year, was playing some great ball on the defensive line in front of little to no fans. And he'll be under the spotlight tonight, especially with Rick DeBrew out, his buddy alongside on that D-line in the first half. But DeBrew will be there in the second half for the Pirates. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back, roll on our number 4. When we return, Jeff Charles one-on-one with the defensive coordinator of the Pirates, Blake Harrell. We'll talk about what we expect to see on the defensive side of the ball for ECU when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We're back with you after this.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there, because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
At US Cellular, we believe you should get more of the latest 5G technology for less of your hard-earned money. Right now, get up to $1,200 off any 5G phone. The choice is yours. Any of our 5G phones with no trade-in or hidden fees. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brownwood Buick GMC Truck. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal: to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brownwood, get an all-new 2021 Buick Enclave and save over $5,250 or 0% for 72 months. And as always, Brownwood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownwoodauto.com.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out.
Like shouting from the rooftop! Free cheesy!
Screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
This is Holt Nailers, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? You can listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. And Clip, we were talking earlier about celebrities being cited at Bank of America Stadium. We talked about Little Nate from the WWE. Also, Harold Varner III appearance in Bank of America Stadium. I got a call not too long ago. Gentleman did not want to reveal his name, but he said some Pirate royalty is in the house as well. Lester Lyons.
Oh, cool.
Is at Bank of America Stadium. So, out tailgating with some of the Pirate faithful.
Lester Lyons, it's like he's like Mercury Morris, wasn't he the guy that always popped the champagne when an NFL team would lose? Like the Dolphins were the only
72
team.
Yeah, the 72 Dolphins.
Like Lester Lyons is our Mercury Morris because he was on the last team that went to the NCAA tournament in basketball.
Yeah,
93.
And I'm sure Lester likes telling that story, but also it's about time to have another Pirate team in the NCAA tournament at this point.
Do we not agree?
Do we not agree?
Do we not agree?
Swinging. Whoop.
Do we not agree? Swinging dingers. Good.
I do little butt cheeks. Oh, hold on.
Go ahead and hit it, Shirley. We might as well.
It's two little butt cheeks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't mean to hit that one. I meant to hit the other one.
We're already getting a little delirious here in hour number 4 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate, but we still have a lot to get to. Brian North will join us. We got our fantasy picks. We got our predictions. Also, man, you guys and gals have made this show fun with your interaction today. We've had a ton of people interacting with us, so if you want to throw out a prediction on the game, you can do so via Facebook Live, YouTube. Hit us up on Twitter. I'm still getting pictures of what people are eating tonight. Josh going with this is a classic wings and pizza combo for a football Thursday night. Can't beat that.
That's what we had.
That is exactly what we had, actually. You are right. Thanks to Domino's. Get the door. It's Domino's, your Pirate Pizza delivery experts. 3 locations here in Greenville. They hooked us up with some awesome pie before the game.
I like pie.
Let's hear from the defensive coordinator of the Pirates, Blake Harrell. He went one-on-one with the voice, Jeff Charles.
Appalachian State's going to try and run the football in this game. That's what they do. That's their bread and butter. It's going to come down to a matchup in the trenches, your defensive line against their offensive line. We'll see which one will impose their will. How do you feel going into the ball game with that matchup?
Well, I'm excited about, getting out there and competing in the first ball game and being Appalachian State, and they're certainly a good football team and create some problems for you, some issues. And you mentioned the run game is really strong. It's what they do. It's kind of what they've excelled at, and they've also got some good receivers. They can get you in one-on-one matchups out wide that we got to be able to handle and win those battles out wide too, and the quarterback creates some problems too. So get our work cut out for us, and excited about the challenges. Our kids are excited about just getting out there and competing against somebody different than ourselves. So all excited about it.
Coach, tell me about Cameron Peoples. I think North Texas is still trying to tackle him. He ran for 317 yards, 5 touchdowns in the bowl game, only 22 carries and 317 yards, so he had some big explosion plays. How good is this guy, and how will you defend him?
He's very good. I mean, like you said, he ran for 300. They ran for 500 as a football team. They had a day that day, and he was certainly a big part of it. And we got to make sure we do a great job up front. Just maintain our gaps, tackling him. He's a big kid, 6'2", 220, and make sure we do a good job fitting him up. I mean, DJ Ford, our safety, went to school with him, so knows all about him and gave us kind of little details on him. So we got to make sure we get to him, do a great job tackling him, know where he's at all times, and just do a good job in the run game.
It's the third stop for the Appalachian State quarterback, Chase Bryce. He started his career at Clemson, went to Duke, played there last year as a starter. Now on to Appalachian State. I know you've been looking at him all summer, Coach. What do you see from the quarterback?
Chase is a veteran guy. He's an older guy, a very good player out of high school. Has played a lot of football and seen a lot of different looks. And, I think he fits their system really well. Being able to turn around and hand it to two good tailbacks and having all those weapons at receiver and a good old line that, I think that's going to benefit him and see some pretty good football out of him. So he's a guy we've studied through his film at Duke and through his film at Clemson, but we know his best football is probably ahead of him too.
Coach, tell me a little bit about Xavier Smith. You moved him around a little bit on the defense. How's that worked out?
Yeah, linebacker Xavier Smith's doing an awesome job just being versatile and playing different spots for us, playing inside, playing outside, playing some different package things. So he's been able to handle that. And he's a guy that we want to make sure we can get on the field and put some other speed out there around him, and that way just increase our team speed. So, him being able to be versatile like that, it allows us to do those things, and I think that's going to be a plus for us.
Coach, is there a good edge rusher on this football team this year?
Yeah, I think, you look back at us last year, that was probably the one spot we didn't have a guy up front who we thought could beat a tackle one-on-one in the pass rush game and probably force us to bring a little bit more pressure. Now you look, we've moved Rick DeBrew out there, and Xavier Smith's on the edge. Jeremy Lewis creates some problems on the edge. Manny Hickman's worked his tail off. So we got some guys certainly out there that we feel like, hey, we can finally get a pass rush from these guys one-on-one situations.
You must feel good about the secondary. Got some experience coming back there.
Yeah, anytime you got guys in the back that are returning, it makes you feel a lot better and sleep a little better at night. That the fact they have seen the defense, the scheme, played a lot of snaps and know what to expect. So you know what to expect out of them and where they're going to be. So that's a good feeling. And it's still, hey, you got to go do it on game day though. So it's Thursday night, time to go compete and time to go win those matchups against Sutton and Hennigan and those guys, and they got the work cut out. It ain't going to be easy, but I think those guys will certainly be up to the challenge, and I'm excited to see them play.
So let's talk about some of those matchups. We know how good Sutton is. Who will match up with him?
Well, they're going to flip their guys around. You may have Hennigan into the boundary, you may have Sutton in the field, or vice versa. And for the most part, we're field boundary corner, so you'll see a little bit of Nolan Johnson, Jaquan McMillan, Malik Fleming on those guys. So, and we'll double them up at times and give some help over the top, drop guys underneath them. So we certainly don't want to leave them one-on-one all night. The run game presents a problem where you have to leave them one-on-one at times. But we also want to give them help as much as possible and create some different looks for the quarterbacks as well as the receivers.
Is Warren Saba kind of like a coach back there for you?
There is no doubt. He's kind of the we used to call him Army Swiss Knights. I don't know if that still exists, but he can do all things. Whether it's play down low, play up high. He's a coach out there, as you mentioned. He plays on different packages and can handle a lot. So just excited about him and what he brings to our defense.
And, Coach, what does DJ Ford, a new player in the program this year, what does he bring to this defense?
He's just experience, being an older guy. And, number two is just how long he is and how well he moves back there. Just eats up space. So just a guy that can create some issues for offenses and being longer and brings just a wealth of knowledge to our defense and just an edge to it that we're excited about.
Coach, final question for you. What do you need this defense to do this week against Appalachian State? We know they're going to run the football, obviously. So I guess that's priority number one, stopping the run.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit like an option team if you want to look at it that way, kind of like we would face Navy. You want to make sure you win the first and second down and put them in third and long situations. If you get them to third and medium, third and short, they're pretty good at executing and pretty good at converting there. So we got to put them in third and long situations where, hey, maybe they can't go the run as much, although they will run the ball in those situations, but put them in a drop-back pass game. Because if you let them just run the football, play action pass, run the boots, run the nakeds, they can create a lot of problems for you. So we got to, stop first down, stop second down, don't give up the big play in the pass game, and keep the ball in front of us and see if we can create some turnovers. And at that point, if we get in third and long, maybe create a little confusion and chaos for the quarterback and get some tackles for loss and sacks out of that.
Excited to see this Pirate defense on the field in 2021 starting tonight against Appalachian State, including your guy. What kind of encore does your guy Jairo Wilson have in store for 2021, Chandler?
Well, it depends on the mixture that he'll get in there with Gerard Stringer, but if he is in there, I think he'll bring a presence. We saw it last year with his tackling ability and his ability to strip the football as well from Jairo Wilson. And I mentioned it several times on the fifth quarter call-in show last year, especially in that SMU game. It seems like whenever a tackle is made, if he's not on the tackle, he's around that pile. So I think he's going to bring a big presence for this Pirate defense whenever he is on the field for ECU.
And there will be a new guy this year that we don't know about right now. Like 2 years ago, you could say it was Stringer or it was Xavier Smith maybe, but last year Jairo Wilson was the guy we didn't hype up during preseason or anything.
No.
So there's another unknown, probably on both sides of the ball, that will make an impact this year. We haven't even talked about yet. That happens every year. So we just don't know who that guy will be this season for the Pirates. But ready to see that D on the field. When we return, we will talk to Brian North WCTI 12, will get his thoughts on this matchup as he joins us. Boy, late night for North. He's an early morning guy now on the news, but I think he's staying up late for us tonight. We'll find out when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate, just over 30 minutes away from kicking it off, ECU and App State. We're back with you after this.
Burgers, wings, hand-cut, hand-breaded chicken tenders, fresh salads, and cold beer is the starting lineup at Tiebreakers and has been keeping customers happy for 20 years. Tiebreakers family atmosphere is the perfect place to come watch your favorite team play while enjoying a great lunch or dinner. In a hurry or looking for catering options? Get Tiebreakers to go. That now includes the new curbside pickup by ordering online at tiebreakersnc.com. Tiebreakers.
Introducing Tommy Club, the best car wash value anywhere. Starting at just $19.99 a month, you can wash your car as often as you like and also take advantage of our express lanes exclusively for Tommy Club members. You can enjoy a gentle belt conveyor ride to a spot-free shine faster and as often as you like when you're a member of Tommy Club. Plus, our vacuums and mat washers are always free. We're Tommy's Express.
Tommy's Express Wash, now open on the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road in Greenville.
You know texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance. The no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Norm Bryant with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates.
UBE and PirateWear.com has all your back-to-school needs, and it's the place to shop for students of all ages. They carry ECU notebooks, binders, and backpacks, as well as umbrellas and rain jackets for that eastern North Carolina weather. And don't forget about their textbook department, where you can rent, buy, or sell your books year-round. And they also price match. And visit their social media pages, where there's almost always a Win It Wednesday going on throughout the school year. Stop by UBE or PirateWear.com, where there's new shipments arriving daily with lower prices than their competitors. Proud to be serving the Pirate Nation for over 50 years.
This is Coach Blake Harrell, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, there's games that are going to be taking place tomorrow night as well, and some of local interest. Number 10, North Carolina will be taking on Virginia Tech, and that game will kick off at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. At 7 o'clock, it'll be Duke taking on Charlotte. Old Dominion will face off against Wake Forest. Both of those games are 7 o'clock kickoffs. And then at 9 o'clock, it'll be Michigan State taking on Northwestern. And Major League Baseball scores. The Giants beat the Brewers 5-1. The Red Sox and Rays will have their first pitch in about 9 minutes from now, as well as the Mets and the Marlins. They also have a 7:10 start time. The Cubs take on the Pirates at 8:05. It'll be the Indians and the Royals at 8:10, and then the Braves will face off against the Colorado Rockies at 8:40 tonight. And that is a look at your scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule. See ya at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Da Buck.
Well done.
That was perfect. All right, Shirley, Chandler, Clip Rock here, rolling along on the Bud Light pregame tailgate, less than 30 freaking minutes away from freaking kickoff.
Freaking tails out there.
We should be watching some UCF. Shirley, you missed it. UCF and Boise State.
What did I miss?
They were showing like a time lapse of people starting to come into the stands. and get ready for the game. And then they showed all the raindrops, the lightning, and people fluttering out of the stands.
It's like all of a sudden it's filling up, and then whoop, no, there they go again.
Now they are under the concourse, all grouped together as they await Boise State and UCF. They are in a weather delay on ESPN. ECU and App State will go at 7:30 on ESPNU. And right now we'll head out to the Fixed NC Live line and talk to the early bird, Brian North, who joins us on the Bud Light pregame tailgate for another year. North, you usually get the last word on these shows over the years, and we got you as our fourth quarter guy again. Welcome back for another year of Pirate football, Brian.
Looking forward to it. Looking forward to hopefully a normaler year.
Normaler.
Where we can, normaler. That's the kind of words we invent on News Channel 12 this morning when we have no caffeine.
Brian, we appreciate you being here with us. It could be a tough task for you because there's a lot of names already taken. I've been asking, who is the player that has to play well for ECU to get the win tonight? Billy Weaver, and you respect Billy Weaver's opinion on all things sports, right?
Is he still lowering the headgear? I have to know if he's still lowering the headgear before I can answer that.
He'll be lowering the headgear with us on the fifth quarter late night tonight. He took Rajay Harris. Stephen Igo went with Xavier Smith. Brian Bailey took the low-hanging fruit with Holton Ahlers. Jeff Charles said C.J. Johnson, and Ronnie Woodward said the newcomer D.J. Ford. So, Brian, can you give me a name that's not Harris, Smith, Ahlers, Johnson, or Ford? Still some names out there for you to take.
Yeah, well, offensive line is the easy thing, right? All five returners are coming back on the offensive line, and if they can play better and keep Holton a little bit cleaner and let Holton look, when Holton has time, he is a top-level quarterback, and then you get him, he says he's going to run some more this year, but really with Avery Jones and Struther and the Havelock kids, the whole offensive line itself has got to play well. But if you're going to make me pick a skill player, I keep waiting for, and I can never pronounce his name right, so you're going to have to help me out here, number 8, the transfer that came in.
Audio Matosha?
Thank you. Yeah.
All right.
Just athletically, he makes you drool, and I just keep waiting for him to break out.
Yeah.
Everybody keeps saying this could be his year where he could show some of that NFL potential that people talked about coming out of high school, but he's yet to kind of put that promise together. So that's a guy I think with his athletic ability could really stretch the field and make some great plays, and it just feels like it's time for him in his third year to really break out now.
I like that one, Brian. I could see a big play or two for tonight for Audie, and I think that's what you're going to get from him. I don't see him as much as a possession guy. I think I'd put it out there that, maybe he could be another Cam Worthy. Remember when the Pirates had it rolling with like Hardy and Zay getting all those catches, but that Virginia Tech game in particular, Cam Worthy had like 4 catches for 250 yards. He was just a big play guy. If Audie could be somewhat similar to that, that'd be huge for this offense. How about defensively, Brian, stopping this Appalachian State run game? And I don't know a ton about Chase Bryce. You probably have watched him more than I have. And I told Ronnie Woodward, I hope we find out if he's good or not. I hope App State just doesn't turn and hand the ball off and they run all over the Pirates. But if they are forced to throw, what kind of quarterback are we going to see from App State tonight?
Well, the guy was so highly recruited coming out of high school, but this is his third team now. He just hasn't worked out. So what's that tell you? He's got a ton of talent, or at least did at one point, but something hasn't clicked, whether it's been other people have beat him out, whether there's some attitude issues, but he's a guy who's tucked and run for the third time in his college career and is now trying to salvage something at App State. And look, App has got a lot of good things going on there. The one edge you give ECU tonight is at the quarterback position until Bryce can prove otherwise. So he's a guy who just hasn't been able to get it done at his other couple of stops in the SEC and the ACC. So now how does he do when going to that? And I think that's really the big thing tonight. Can ECU get pressure? Blake Carroll's going to want to throw all those crazy things at him to try to confuse him, try to get him at happy feet, try to get him to throw before he wants to. So I really think you're going to see, Jairo Wilson is a guy who now they've moved him back to safety, but you could see him maybe bring pressure on some blitzes, and I think he's a guy in the secondary is going to have to be big. They're going to have to get some pressure on him, and if they can do that, then the secondary and some guys can make some plays. And look, Mike Houston is a guy that I watched at Lenore-Ryan. I watched him at JMU, and the signature of him was tough defenses that force turnovers, something ECU hasn't had since the Skip Holtz days.
Yeah.
And so if they get that defense going and they can start put not only turnovers, But at JMU, they turned those turnovers into points. The defense scored quite a bit there, and I know that's the kind of style they want to have there. And if they can start by doing that tonight, getting the quarterback rattled and get some turnovers that turn to points, that'll be huge. That'll be the difference in the game.
Brian, we were doing predictions heading into week one. It's tough to do. We're basing it off of what we know from last year. Now, there are a lot of similarities with these teams from last year due to the COVID year and guys coming back. But when you look at Appalachian State, I got them as, one of the top, definitely the top half toughest games for ECU this season on the schedule. How about, where does App State rank in your mind in college football in the state of North Carolina in 2021?
Well, especially based on their last couple of years, they went into Chapel Hill, they beat UNC. They're a team that arguably, after several weeks, we always say they're probably one of the better teams in the state year in and year out. And they've gone from the 1AA status up to 1A. They've won their conference or tied for it a couple of years in a row now. They've been to bowl games. I just think quietly they're a program that's been able to get it done despite having to go through several head coaches. They have not had continuity there, but they've had continuity in the system, which is pretty incredible when you look at it. So they've taken some transfers, including they've got a kid from Jacksonville, White Oak High School guy, Mike Evans at tight end, who's a COVID senior this year. And they've got two kids from East Duplin. Darius Pickett, you'll see some time at linebacker. You won't see the big guy down low quite as much. But so they've done a good job. They get the kids in there. They want to play there. And now they've got a guy who wants to be there at head coach. So, look, they're solid. They're reloading instead of rebuilding at App State, and that's pretty good. But their conference hasn't been as strong, and I think that's one of the things you can look at and say, okay, they played above their competition in their conference, but their conference hasn't been great.
Brian North joining us. Brian, how about the dichotomy of coaches in the game in Blacksburg tomorrow? You've got Mac Brown, who will be in Chapel Hill as long as he wants to. Lifetime deal for him. When he's ready to hang it up, he'll leave, but they're not going to run him out of town. And you got Justin Fuente, who may be run out of town before we get out of September, depending on how things go. It has not gone well for Fuente in Blacksburg. North Carolina and Virginia Tech meet on Saturday. North Carolina, top 10, big aspirations for 2021. Heisman hopeful quarterback. It could all come crashing down tomorrow, or they can, put stamp number 1 on a fantastic year. I'm really anxious to see how that one turns out tomorrow.
Well, talent alone, North Carolina's heads and tails above what Virginia Tech has right now. There's been a mass exodus out of Blacksburg, and look, it's Whit Babcock is a guy I went to college with at JMU. I know Whit, the athletic director at Virginia Tech, and he hired Fuente, so he's probably, he's giving him a little longer leash, but they had just not been able to get it together there and keep the players that they're normally keeping at Virginia Tech. So that's a situation. I agree with you. If it gets ugly in a hurry, they may have to look at making a change there, because that's not the culture that they got used to under Frank Beamer. But if they can find a way to pull off an upset, and look, the scary thing about North Carolina, the knock against Mac Brown his whole career is great recruiter, not always a great coach, and they, despite winning the national championship with Texas once, some people will claim that for the talent he has recruited, they've underachieved for most of his career. But I think there's just too much talent on that field to go in and mess it up unless Sam Howell gets hurt. Mac Brown has said the offense isn't as talented as it was last year. Obviously, they lost the running backs, but I don't know if their wide receiver core is as explosive. So does that put more pressure on Sam Howell? The defense will be better, but I think just talent-wise, you put North Carolina in the field, if they don't turn it over a bunch, they should be able to win that game in Blacksburg.
Brian North joining us. Brian, how about the headliner this weekend for Week 1, Clemson and Georgia? I've been asking, what is the separator between these two teams? I mean, they both look stacked. They both have talented quarterbacks. Both can put up points. Both have good defenses. And that's why it's a 2.5-point spread or whatever. I mean, it's a pick 'em basically. What does anything separate these two in your eyes? Who do you like tomorrow night?
Well, I picked Georgia only because, and I probably don't know as much about Georgia as I should, but here's what I know about Clemson. They've got a new quarterback, a new running back, some new wide receivers. I know these guys are talented, but they played enough snaps in the big games to really come up big against Georgia yet. And so I think if you're going to get Clemson, you better get them early this year, because I think as some of those key positions get more experience, they're going to be tougher to beat towards the end of the year if they stay healthy. So I'm taking Georgia for that simple reason. I just think they're callow in a few areas that they've been experienced in the past. And so now you don't have a senior running back like Travis Etienne, not only running the ball, but picking up blitzes and doing the little things. Blocking for running backs is such an underrated deal when it comes to the pressure that defenses apply. So I'm curious to see how some of those things work out, but I think Georgia in a pick 'em, I'll take them right now, and that's without knowing much about them. It's just I don't know if I trust all of Clemson's guys yet in a big moment game like this.
Brian North joining us on the Fixed NC Live Line. Billy Weaver is in the building, my co-host on the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show. And in classic Weave, Brian North, he comes in, myself, Shirley, and Chandler are all rocking our new tie-dye Pirate Vibes Only shirts. And before Weaver can even say hello,
where's mine at?
He's asking he's got a frown on his face asking where his shirt is. Just classic.
Tell Billy, ask him where the breakfast trailer.
Where's my bacon, egg, and
bagel
cheese?
for a shirt sounds like a great deal. That's a good.
And I'm telling
North
you,
just asked if you
where's the breakfast truck?
trailer?
Yeah.
Because he can cook some.
It's in the driveway.
Now.
A bagel for a shirt, Billy. Brian, you can't attest to how good those are, though, right?
They are. I'm telling you what. I don't like to say a lot of nice things about Weaver, never have, but it's a great breakfast sandwich. And I'm telling you, that was it was awesome. I'm so glad we made the trip down to see him because my finicky daughter, who will not eat anything, wanted more after she got a bite of his bacon, egg, and cheese bagel.
There you go. Great plug there. North, thanks for joining us, man. We'll let you go to sleep if your kids allow you to.
Well, I'm putting terrace number 2 down right now, and I'm trying to get the first one into bed here so I can at least watch first quarter, hoping the first half, and then catch up with the review. Good morning.
There you go. Good stuff. Brian, we'll call you a little bit earlier next Saturday for ECU and South Carolina. How about that?
Looking forward to that one. It's going to be with South Carolina starting their grad transfer coach. We'll see if that continues at ECU. But one of the cool things that'll be happening real quick is Montario Hardesty, former New Bern High School star, will be back in Eastern North Carolina as the running backs coach for South Carolina.
Oh wow, I did not know that. What went to Tennessee? How do you end up there? What's the connection there, Brian? Something with Beamer? Or?
Well, just went up through the coaching ranks. He started at Norfolk State, and then he went to Tennessee, his alma mater, and then it's just these coaches all know each other. And then
awesome.
He basically moved up because of the position of running backs coach. He'd been in not as glamorous positions, but now he's coaching the position that he started in.
That's cool. I did not know that. Good stuff, North. Brian North joining us today. North, enjoy your night. Enjoy your football weekend. Hopefully you can catch some games with all you got going on over there with the folks.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Have a good time tonight, and this is going to be an interesting one. Can't wait to see how it turns out.
Yes, sir. Thank you, buddy. There's Brian North joining us on the Fixed NC Live Line. All right, we got one more segment to go. We'll make our predictions, our fantasy picks.
The band has just left the field. They have played the alma mater.
The band is off the field.
They're off the field. They're playing the fight song. It's almost time for kickoff in Uptown Charlotte.
I got ECU.
And we have 3 football games officially underway.
And a football game because I'm watching Campbell and East Carolina playing soccer right now at Johnson Stadium on ESPN Plus.
Yes.
Man, we got a lot. Hey,
it's 0-0.
A Buccaneer scoreboard update, Shirley.
The Buck?
Nil.
0-0
is our score. All right, let's take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll have one more segment for you when we return after this.
This is Dr. Phil Perdue with Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. My colleagues and I recognize how difficult this time is for everyone in our community. We continue to see patients during the week while taking precautions to keep everyone safe. Our extended care clinic is now open on Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. so you can avoid the emergency department for your urgent orthopedic care. For more information, please contact us at 757-2663 or visit our website at orthoeast.com.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
You know, anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those, but anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
When a storm hits, you can count on Greenville Utilities. They put their emergency storm plan into action to restore power as quickly and safely as possible. If you experience an outage, call them toll-free at 1-855-767-2482. The automated hotline can handle a large number of calls at once, virtually eliminating busy signals, so help can be on the way as fast as possible. Remember, GUC's emergency hotline number is 1-855-767-2482.
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rose.
All right, we've got 3 football games underway right now. Coastal Carolina has an early 7-0 lead over the Citadel. Buffalo leads Wagner 7-0. Ball State and Western Illinois underway, no score as of yet. Major League Baseball scores, the Red Sox and the Rays are underway. And in the top of the first inning, the Red Sox are up 1-0, and they have runners in scoring position. So we'll keep you updated on that. And the Mets trailed the Marlins 2-0 in the top of the first inning. And that is a look at your scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule at the Buccaneer Music Hall. See ya at The Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Da Buck.
Da Buck. Da Buck.
All right.
Da Buck.
A little trio.
The second one you heard was Billy Weaver joining us.
My favorite would be da buck 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 da buck
da buck. Classics.
Do you remember that one?
Of course. Weaver.
That was Farley that did that. Oh yeah.
I choked on a pork chop.
You said earlier, and you've said it multiple times, this is the most excited you've been in a while for Pirate football. I think another factor in that never really hit me, but you get to be a fan.
Oh, yeah.
Like, for the first time.
That's the best part.
Yeah.
It really is, because aside from away games when, we didn't go to... Actually, a lot of the away games back in the day, I would go to every game.
We used to do with color.
The team. Right. Or either do sideline reporting or whatever. But here the last few years, if it was, a game at Cincinnati or maybe Tulane or somewhere like that, I'd watch it on TV, and I got to be somewhat of a fan. Now I really get to be a fan. So can I act like a fan after the game?
Go crazy.
Sure. All right.
I would say take your shirt off, but you're wearing such a beautiful shirt.
I was going to say something about that. These shirts are awesome.
Are you happy now that you have one?
Yeah, because I was going to look like I was going to stick out like a sore thumb.
Now you look beautiful like the rest of us.
We look like a team.
Weave will be with us after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show, taking your calls late into the night, early into Friday morn after this one coming up tonight.
Hey, and I know that there's always been stuff made about those white helmets. First of all, I like the white helmets. I always thought they were cool, and I like especially like the white ECU helmets when they did the red, white, and blue on the skull. Yeah. I thought that was cool. But the reason I bring that up is if ECU gets like throttled tonight, do we get rid of is it like, are the fans going to say it's because you guys wore those new shirts?
You're putting
it's our fault.
Now, we did something like that.
Now, look, people actually think it's their fault when they lose because of the white helmet. It's not beyond the realm of possibility.
Around here, one year on my birthday, we had a show, and I wanted to play all Outkast music. And it was the day ECU was ranked, went to Temple, and got beat with downpour weather.
Yeah.
And we unfortunately had to ban Outkast from the show until they beat Temple, which they finally did last year. So we take things like that seriously, Weave. And if ECU loses tonight, we're gonna have to we're gonna have to burn these shirts, guys.
The shirts?
Yeah.
Sorry, Free Boot Friday people.
Ongoers.
Now, if ECU loses and it's respectable or whatever, that's okay, right?
Yeah, I think we'll keep the shirts
as long as they don't get throttled like us.
I mean, look, there's a great video. We look bright
great.
and shiny in them. We got to keep
look
the
good.
shirts.
I like the shirts.
It's not going to be the shirt's fault if ECU loses tonight. All right, let's get our fantasy picks in, and since Weave is here, he can join us. We just pick a player. And we'll use the stats after the game and see who picked the highest scoring player. Holton Ahlers is off the board because quarterback usually scores the most points.
Right.
So you can pick any other offensive player. And would you like to go first since you're our newcomer?
Well, how about I just stay with who I said at the beginning of the pregame show that you needed to look out for, and Rajay Harris.
Rajay Harris is Billy's pick. We'll go ladies next. Shirley?
I'm going with the guy who's leaner and just a tad bit meaner. I'm going to go with C.J. Johnson.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Now, I know he's leaner, but how do you know he's meaner?
I'm just... it just rolled with the flow. It just rolled right off the tongue.
I think Rajay's meaner because people have pronounced his name wrong for 6 years.
That's a good point.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's not that. What, Shirley?
Oh, we have the explanation here.
Yeah, hold on just 1 second. I got to find it. Oop.
So it's not Raji, Raja, or Raja. It's Rajay.
There it is, Rajay. All right, Chandler, who you got?
Well, I was going to go with C.J. Johnson, but my backup plan is Tyler Snead. Let's see how much separation he can get from these DBs and how many targets he can get from Holton. I'm going to go with Tyler Snead. And maybe get some big returns as well.
I bet I know who Clip's going with.
Who?
Matosha.
Nah, I'm going to go with Keaton Mitchell because I like his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield. We do play point per reception. I forgot to tell Weave that earlier.
Yeah, they didn't tell me that.
But Rajay could get in the end zone.
I did mean to ask like what their criteria was and how the points are distributed.
Point per reception, you get a point for every 10 yards. For running backs, it's the same thing for receivers and running backs.
Okay.
Point per 10 yards.
Oh, so then points for points wouldn't be great to get a kicker in this fantasy draft.
Oh,
right?
we've done that before with Jake Verity.
Oh yeah,
and he's hit 4 field goals and been the winner.
Okay.
So yeah, that could actually happen.
All right.
But those are our picks. All right.
Clip,
ahead,
one quick game update. Brett McMurphy 9 minutes ago said Boise State UCF officially set for 8-12 kickoff, and then a minute ago he just said, and yet another lightning strike delays kickoff again. At this rate, when game finally starts, UCF will be a member of the Big 12.
That's good.
Hey, we know about that with the ECU regionals and stuff, right, Billy? That lightning strike, you go ahead and add another 30 minutes.
So how about this? The last couple of days, memories have been coming up on my Facebook page, and they all seem to be surrounded by ECU openers or whatever. What was it? 3 years ago under Mo.
Oh boy,
the
North Carolina
A&T game that got moved to the next day because of weather.
To Sunday.
Remember?
Yeah. Oh, I remember. Because Shirley, you would say I'm pretty even keel, like easy to get along with.
Yeah,
roll with the flow. I was a total B word.
I remember that.
Because
he was.
I did a 4-hour pregame show on Saturday.
Yep.
Had to come back for a stupid pregame show on Sunday, and then they lost the freaking A&T. I was
and
like,
then had to do a call-in show right after that.
On Sunday.
Tell them to bring me my
money. You want to talk
and then
about
the next day was Monday. We had to go back to work. It was, man.
Talk about 50 Shades of hot. Let me tell you, he
was
was
a total
pretty PO'd about that.
B-word for a whole weekend. All right. LV says Tyler Snead's going over 100 all-purpose yards.
Yes, sir.
ECU wins big. Is Weave going for the Joe? That's Joe Rogan. It says Joe Rohan. The Joe Rogan look.
You know what? I've been told that I kind of favor him. That if I didn't have any hair,
if you go bald,
I can probably. I mean, it's receding a little bit. It's getting thin in the back for sure. But I've actually heard people say that before that I look like him. I don't see it, but
prediction time. Let's throw out some scores.
I'm gonna double this up. I'm gonna go 34-17 East Carolina.
Oh, wow. The teeny bopper.
I hope you are right.
Wow.
Chandler, what do you got?
All right, so my score for the last week, it's been set at 28-24. I've been back and forth of who's going to win. I'm going to go Pirates, 28-24.
All right.
And I'm sticking to my under.
Yeah.
Because it's
You're going
56,
up.
so I'm going to go 52 at the total.
You've already given a prediction.
I did, but that was back at 3:30 when we talked.
Things
so that
have
was
changed a lot.
No, they haven't. Not my prediction. I'm going to stay with it, but I'm going with the over because you said 56. I saw 59.
Oh, that's 56.
Okay, well, I've seen anywhere between 56 and 59. I'm still over
I think it's
either
gone
way.
down from 59. Yeah.
I'm going 38-35 Pirates.
High-scoring game.
Yeah, I think the defenses are going to have a little bit of a problem early on.
All right.
And I think there's going to be some big plays on both sides.
All right, Clip Rock.
I'm going to go with what I've thought all summer, and I can sit here and be, non-genuine and just be Pirate Man.
No, but you knew he was going to go against the grain. If all of us picked the Pirates, there's no way Clip was going to pick ECU.
I would say going with a 10-point favorite would be the opposite of against the grain. I'm going with the grain.
Well, no, against the grain.
Yeah. But I do think it'll be a good game. I'm going to say App State 37, ECU 31. High-scoring shootout, and App State wins.
And the over.
Pirates and the over. Take the over. So there we go. And that is how you do a 4-hour edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
Man.
Show 1 in the books. We'll be back with you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. What time does it start? Well, it starts right when the game ends. So we'll be with you after the game, myself and Weave in the Pirate Radio studios. Shirley Rhodes answering your phone calls.
Hey, are we allowed to drink?
Sure.
Am I allowed to drink on the job?
No, you're not.
I'm not? Oh, okay. All right. Man.
I ain't your boss.
Right. I saw the Bud Light on the Bud Light pregame. I'm like, wait a minute. Bud Light is the sponsor, so we can drink, right?
Do whatever the
Well,
heck you want.
technically, the fifth quarter is the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter, so you can't really drink phones.
I didn't say in the I'm talking about now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Go for it.
We talking about now.
Pop a top.
I ain't going to stop you. I'll just say that, Billy.
I couldn't do that at my old job. I like this one.
No Ron Burgundy going on there at the old job. All right, folks, thank you so much for chiming in. We had a ton of interaction with you on Facebook, YouTube. Really enjoyed it. We'll do it after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show for Shirley Rose, Chandler Honeycutt, Billy Weaver, and all our crew here at Pirate Radio. I'm Clip Brock. Go Pirates!
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular 5th quarter call-in show, right here on Pirate Radio, the voice